mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzer neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone
Welcome back to the Cap, everybody. Sorry, my stupid microphone was off, and here we are again, back in Idaho, guys. Talking about the interview that came out with Bill Thompson, and Mr. Thompson is blaming a lot of the rumors, hearsay, and negative attention that Brian got on guilters for creating their stories the way they did. So interesting, and many more things he says that go against basically what he was trying to do. So I thought that was quite interesting. We're going to review those interviews with Mr. Thompson, talk about that stuff as well. Of course, I will put that link in there for anybody to join me and discuss. And there are still some more reports to review as well. If we don't get to those tonight, we will get to those and finish them in the morning. Thank you all for joining us. And once again, please make sure to hit that like button on your way. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. It is great to see you all again. Let's do this, y'all. Here we go. All right. Well, welcome back. The cafe is open for business, guys. Great to be back with you guys tonight. I hope you're all having a great evening, and I hope you all had a great day. It was a busy one for me, which is why you're just now seeing me. Craziness, craziness, craziness. But I couldn't go through a whole day without hanging with my peeps and talking about some interesting stuff, folks. Really interesting stuff. The prosecutor in the Idaho 4 case, Mr. Bill Thompson, Santa, whatever you guys want to call him, is throwing all the, not all, but throwing the blame in some sense about all the rumors that came out about Brian Koberger and about all the hearsay and all the negative things about Brian. He's throwing all that blame, in my opinion, from what he said on the guilters on YouTube and stuff, folks. Really? Like, really? Okay. Interesting. So not only that, but he's dispelling all these other things they talk about in these interviews with him. And he's, in my opinion, is throwing all of the, I guess, a negative attention and the blame on everybody else but him. And he admits to, in a lot of, a lot of things he admits to, I'm sorry, are opposing what he was doing and what he was prosecuting. That's wild. He's throwing blame at mainstream media, at YouTube, at all sorts of different places, but none of it himself. And then a lot of the things they were trying to prosecute Brian for, he's saying wasn't true in some sense. What's going on, y'all? Now, he didn't say Brian didn't do it. Don't get me wrong. But he took the premeditation completely out of it and said that he very possibly, his words, I believe, as we'll see, he very possibly could have just picked this house right before he did it. What? Because if I remember correctly, y'all, one of the biggest things they talked about when they were trying to put this on this man was that this had to have been premeditated. The way that it was carried out seemed premeditated. I don't know if he ever actually said those words, premeditated, or that word, whatever you want to call it. I don't know if he ever actually said that, but he insinuated in it. They insinuated into it a lot. So just saying, this is interesting. It's almost like he's trying to back up and say, okay, we got what we wanted. Now here's some of the truth. You know what I mean? I mean, take it however you want, but sometimes you got to kind of read between the lines and listen to what they're saying. And I'm telling you, the man is in denial for some things, and for other things, he just completely avoiding. I don't know. That's how I see it. I think the interviews are a joke, but that's me. Come on in and grab a seat, though. It should be an interesting conversation. Of course, I will throw this over here and pin it to the chat. And I would love to hear anybody that pops in that's comfortable jumping up here to hear their thoughts on this once we review it. We got a couple different things to review. Like I said, if we don't get to finish the reports tonight, because I thought this was a lot more interesting, and I've been dragging you guys through these reports for 4 or 5 days now. We'll finish the rest of them in the morning. There's only a few left. If we don't get to them tonight, I promise we will finish them because I want to get through every single one. I'd have been here earlier today or this morning to do it, but just crazy day, folks. So my apologies. Family things going on and all sorts of stuff. So, but here we are. I wasn't going to go through the whole day without y'all. So thank you for joining me. Speaking of, it looks like Moonlit Baby's in the house. Don't Be Hating's back in the house. Miss Tandy, the Seahawks fan. It's great that we can have you here tonight. Debbie Ann, welcome back. Welcome back. Alicia J. Hey. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. And thank you to my blue crew. For those of you that are here for showing up, I appreciate you so very much. We all know I couldn't do this without them awesome peeps. Cat K, good to see you. Good to have you back in the house. Let me see. JS 218. Let's see. No, not really, because he didn't blame the people that were just asking questions, JS. He blamed the people that were creating scenarios about Brian. That's not us, because we're not creating those scenarios. All we've done is ask questions about why those scenarios were created. So that ain't us. Sorry. Jane Giori, welcome back. CZ, good to see you, dear. Good to have you here. Brandy B, our OG. Good to see you, Miss Brandy. Miss Rowena, Miss Boone. Thank you for being here. Good to see you. Wade Bird 77's in the house. Good to have you. Princess Griptus, welcome. DKM Wheezy. Sorry about the sound thing, guys. Good to see you. Welcome. Lisa Wilson, welcome back to you. See a lot of new faces in here, and I'm excited and happy to see that. Good Trouble, welcome back. The Borg, what's up? The Tomboy is in the house singing The Bird is a Word. Because the bird, that bird, it's the word. Miss Rach, welcome. Good to see you. Last day on the beach. Oh, no worries, Rach. Enjoy yourself, please. You deserve it. That's Pete on trash sheet. that was good. That was good. I love it. Love it. Trashly Smashfield and Fancy Disgraceful. Yes. Sweet Melissa, hello and welcome. Good to see you tonight. Yes. Trashly Smashfield and Aunt Fancy Disgraceful. They're both probably not real happy to hear some things like that, I'm sure. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Please grab a seat. Hit the like button if you would. Lisa Winchester, welcome. Good to see ya. Yeah, be careful out there, Rach, with all that stuff, the weird tsunami stuff going on. Miss Elizabeth, welcome. Doc, welcome back, Doc. Good to see you. Great to have you here. Come on in, guys. Grab a sheet, please. Yeah, that was quite interesting. We may be referring over to another creator too to pick up some of them pieces of what I was talking about, because I was finding it all over the place. articles, other creators. Ashley K, welcome. Good to see you. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I try. I got to be good at something. You know what I mean? Good trouble. Yes. Smashly, Trashfield, and Aunt Fancy Disgraceful. You gotta love them both, right? No. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. 45 peeps, 33 likes. You guys are doing it. You're doing it. And thank you for being here. I appreciate it very much. Still in this, still in the matrix with this case as far as I'm concerned. Sewing. That must be talking to Tomboy. Sewing. So are certain opposite timelines not? Oh, there's many of that going on, Wade Bird. Many of opportunities where that's going on, and quite a bit of things. Everything in those new reports don't add up, Tomboy. We all know that. Let's see. Let me see. Show. There he is. Eddie's in the house. Excuse me. Top chat stocking. Yeah. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Is it true Anne cannot do? She cannot. I believe that I believe that they have to be done. I think. Don't quote me 100% on that, but I'm pretty sure that's true. You were afraid I would be on today? Oh, wouldn't be on today. Well, here I am. I'm sorry to delay. It's been a crazy day. Lots of things going on. Trying to deal with things. Outside, inside, other places. My my daughter-in-law is about coming close to giving birth to my granddaughter, and my wife is my wife and a couple other people are trying to put together a baby shower for them this weekend, and she's working, and she was having issues at work that I was trying to help her. I mean, it's just been it's a nonstop day. And other things. I had a couple appointments early this morning and blah, blah, blah. So, yes. Yeah, I opened my big mouth, good trouble. I don't know, guys. What was that? My mods knew about it. Maybe 3 months ago, right? And said I love kids. I just do. I always have. I love my kids, my grandbabies. I love them to death. And all of them are growing up so fast. And I was like, I think I got baby fever or something, I missed babies, the little ones. I'll be damned if within days they start popping out all over the place now. My I guess she's kind of like an adopted daughter. She had a baby. My granddaughter, my son and his wife, they're about to have a baby. And we have another one coming too. So it's like, what the hell? It's yeah. I can't either. I cannot either wait to see this one, because if she looks anything like the other one, he's a cutie, blonde hair, blue eyes. So we'll see what happens here. Oh, I'm not complaining about it though. I don't know if I'll be able to keep up with them all, because I already got I got 6 other grandkids already. And we just added 3 more. We're about to add 3 more total. So 9. Asking I shall did receive. That's true. Well, 9 grandkids, guys. I guess that happens easily when you have 7 kids. Thank God the baby ain't having none yet. Knock on wood. I would lose my mind if that were to happen. So, yes. I can't either, Tandy. I can't either. Who handled BK's? I don't know, Borg. I don't know who would do that if they would have to have her. would have a completely different type of defense team for that or whatever appeal. I'm not real big on the appeals, how that works, especially within like his situation, because it's going to be different than what a standard appeal process would be. Welcome, Kent. Good to see you. I know, Debbie. I know. I'm excited. I'm excited. That's what I look forward to now. Halloween and Christmas with the babies, the grandkids, and I got we got. I think I told you, some of you guys know I'm a toy collector, and my son, his boss had some stuff that he wanted he didn't need or want anymore. So I got my hands on a Polar Express train set that lights up, blows smoke, the whole thing. That's going around my tree this year. I'm excited to put that up. Welcome, Miss Katai, Miss Katai. Love your avatar. It's a beautiful cat. Welcome, Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dead. Floozy Mama's in the house. Eddie's in the house. Kent Corbett, welcome, welcome. Cat K, Lisa Winchester. Let me see. I think I've already said hello to most of you. JS, thank you for being here. It could happen. You could be right that he won't. We'll see. They could take it all the way up to the last day. Who knows? Never know. Like I said, and if he doesn't, then that's it's done, folks. Unless there's some other weird thing going on in the background that we have no idea of, then we just got to wash our hands and walk away, I guess. But that don't mean I'm gonna stop talking about the corruption in Idaho. I'm just not. Done one. What's going on? Miss Pebbles in the house. Oh, thank you, Miss Debbie. Yeah, I can't wait for Christmas, y'all. I love decorating the house and the Halloween. We love decorating for that too. I look forward to those two things every year. Halloween's like my favorite. You guys know that, most of you. And I do want to do some things through this for Halloween this year. I'm thinking about doing a couple remote lives away from here. They do, and I can't think. It's a weird name. It's like Way something. I can't think of the rest of it, Dandy. I'll get it, I promise you. But it's a weird name. Waylon. That's it. Like Waylon Jennings, but it's Waylon, like spelled a different way. And the name is Lynn. Waylon, as I think the name. It's a strange name to me. I guess it's kind of pretty, but I don't know. He can do post-conviction relief petition, which gives him an extra year. There you go. See, there's options out here, folks. There's options. I heard rumors parents are getting new attorney. I don't know that that's true, but I've heard that as well. Yes, he did. Mr. Paparotti did put something new out, I've heard. My other grand is just like myself. There is a Joseph III. Katerina. Angioletta. A couple of them we don't see very often because there's trouble between Joseph, Angioletta, Katerina. I have a middle granddaughter in between two of those because those three are siblings. What the heck is her? I'm so embarrassed. Oh, Caitlin. Sorry, guys. Sorry. And then, like I said, Angioletta, and then Xavier, and then of course my Junie bug. She's the oldest one. Joseph and her are the oldest too, and then Angioletta, and then there'll be the Wayland, and then we have another one. His name is Kaniki, and there's another child coming from somewhere. I have no idea where that third one's coming from, but I'm lost right now. Kaniki's the newest one, He was born just a couple months back, and then Wei Lin's the next one coming, and I think there's another one. There's another one coming after her too. WB, what's going on? So yeah, those are my grandkids' names. Like I said, 3 of them we haven't seen in a long time because the mother is an asshole, truly. And but that would be Joseph, Caitlin, and Katerina. Yeah, my kids have to be weird and make it complicated. And Gioletta, that would be my son Ty. That's his daughter. Oh, he's got another one coming. That's it, and it's a boy, and I don't know the name yet. So Kiniki, like from Greece, Kiniki. It's Kenicki. I think is how it's spelled. I think, but yeah, they call him Nick or Nikki for short, of course.
Hey,
Welcome, Miss Diane. How are you?
I'm dying in this heat.
I hear that fan going in the background. It's pretty hot out there still.
It's 93 here, and with the heat index, it's like 100. And it always confuses me because I'm like, so it's 100 degrees out.
The real feel, yeah.
Yeah,
Where are you? Where are you at again?
Indiana.
Oh,
Mooresville.
Lord. Right next door.
Yeah.
Well, we're only 78, but I think our real feel is like 85 because of the humidity. But it's actually been a little bit cooler the past few nights. I had one of my because I have central air, but I also have to have a couple because this room I'm in back here.
Yeah.
It's an addition and there's no ventilation to it. So we had to put like a window unit back here just to kind of help a little bit, and it froze on me because I haven't turned it off in like 3 months.
The past 2 nights it had been, I guess my neighbor said everybody's using a lot of, because they're using their central air.
Yeah.
The power goes off, and I'm just like, kill me now.
Oh yeah, we had a
kill
couple.
me now.
We had a couple grid shutdowns here too last week when it was super hot.
Yeah.
And it's because all the extra, and the grids are old.
Yeah.
So 103 in Ridgecrest.
Oh Lord.
93 in Jersey. We got a Jersey girl.
Are you near the tsunami, or did that drop? Or
I'm not, and I haven't seen anything else about it. I think everybody's okay so far. I don't know.
Because I'm like, because I was thinking about moving, and I was like, well, there's California, and tsunamis. I'm like, no, I can't swim.
Right. Well, Ranger, that's about normal for you guys. You guys live down in hell, so I mean, I've always said that. I don't know how anybody lives in Texas can handle that. I mean, I'm sure you guys are used to it, but hell no, I'm good for that.
Anybody who lives in Texas, my respect.
Yeah, that's why I said 104 Tomboys in Texas too.
Oh, wow.
And so is Seahawks fan. I don't know how you guys do it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I have a friend in Arizona, and he went out and bought 2 window air conditioners.
Yeah,
and he has central air. He said, he didn't know he had to take his dog to the vet because his dog had just dehydrated from the very short time going outside to use the bathroom and coming back in.
Yeah, we were under an air quality advisory 2 days ago, I think it was, because it was so bad that you walk out, like walking in, it was like walking into a wall of water. The humidity was that bad.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
It's going to be 78.
That's what it is right now here. Oh, I know that Texas people are tough, but that's still that heat. That's eventually enough is enough.
Yeah.
Northwest Ohio is still 90. Yep.
But I'll leave my air on more temperature before I want winter.
Yeah.
Cold weather.
Listen, I got a couple good months coming up here. I'm excited because August, here in a couple of weeks or so, I've already actually started looking into my football. Oh my God, I can't think right now. Fake football stuff I do on my phone. Um, what the hell is that called? Someone of you guys couldn't tell me in there. I lost
Uh,
the whole thing. I know they know somebody knows it, but anyway. And preseason starts here in just a week or two, I think, a couple weeks actually.
yeah,
Oh shit. Anyway, and I get
fantasy
on
football, right? Is
fantasy
that it?
football. There we go. I called it fake football.
Oh,
Whatever.
yeah, fantasy
Yes, that's
football.
it. I've already started messing with those. I'm on two of those. I love my football. I even put my Browns blanket on the back of my chair to kind of like start getting it moving. But
Well, we have the Colts, so there's not really much to jump up and
oh,
down about.
I know. It used to be my
Yes,
ex
used to be.
my ex father-in-law was a huge Colts fan. I'm a Browns fan, of course, and everybody hates Browns. So
Because my son's, coat. You want a coat shirt? No, no, I really don't.
oh,
You know, it's bad
it starts
enough
tomorrow.
now.
Oh yeah, that's right. The Hall of Fame game is tomorrow, and we have that. We have that here, the Hall of Fame, right here in Canton, Ohio. Yes, we got Joe Flacco now. Yippee ki And our new quarterback was already been injured. Surprise.
I have not checked in on the Colts because I just go, yes, we have the Colts because I don't know what's happened. It's just like my granddaughters, which are going to be 5 and 6, or one is 6, one's going to be 5.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah, the end of this month, she'll be 5. They could play better football.
Well,
They
like I said,
impressed go
Indianapolis
on.
was the Colts were doing good for a while, and as soon as they lost that quarterback, I think that's when it all went down. So, is that the game, the Chargers versus the Lions? Okay. Oh
Well, what's
no,
his name? Jim Irsay? Was that
who
Jim Irsay? Uh,
is that somebody new? Because I don't
I
follow them
I
anymore.
know he died. He owned the Colts.
Oh, okay, yeah, I don't know.
I think that's it. Yeah, you can tell I'm a big Colts fan.
I get it. I'm a CZ. I don't. We don't say that in this house, but I'll respect you because you're part of this community. You can say it. That's fine. And that's my other team is Green Bay. When Cleveland disappeared, they sold him off to Baltimore. It pissed us all off. So I had to find another because I love football. I had to find another team to follow. So I followed Green Bay because they were the closest thing I could find to like a down home hometown type team like the Browns, and I still like to watch them from time to time. So
um, what is it? God, the one that went from California to Nevada. Uh,
Oakland, the Raiders.
yes, you
Yeah.
know, uh, I just I go them that one, because I mean, with the name Raiders, you know, you can't go wrong. I mean, because hell,
Mhm.
look at the Colts, and you're like,
Right. I hope they do, Ranger. I hate Ohio State. How about that, guys? I hate Ohio State, and I live dead center in the middle of it. I absolutely cannot stand Ohio State. I'm a Bama fan through and through. Roll Tide, roll Tide. Um,
is that basketball?
that's
The
football. That's football.
oh, football?
The only I used to watch basketball a lot. I was a huge Cavs fan. And then they pissed me off. And I used to watch baseball all the time. I was a giant Indians fan until they basically gave away a dream team, and I was done with them too. So I don't really watch anything but football anymore. Um, I get into a little bit of golf. I do like golf a little bit. Um, I haven't
I,
played this year because it's too damn hot. But
I don't understand golf for the freaking life of me.
a lot of
Uh,
people don't until you play it.
that's what my oldest son, he's going, well, you got to do this. And like, you're just hitting a damn ball,
Hmm.
so why is it so
Well,
difficult?
because you got it. It's about how many times you hit it. The fewer you hit it, the better, more points you get, and the challenge of getting it close to the hole, of course, and cut depending on the course you're on, chopping through different types of places and sand dunes and all sorts of stuff. So, welcome, Moonbreaker. Good to see you. So it is interesting and fun when you're out there with a couple guys. I never would have thought that when I was younger till I started playing.
I am never trouble, Alicia. I swear. except for a Paintsville rat, I am so up his ass. I got like 6 different accounts I gotta, start because he blocks me. But he
Wait, who?
really does love my name.
Who are you talking about?
Oh God, I
Ryan? Ryan?
no, Ryan. I feel sorry for Ryan. I'm going to tell you that right now. I don't know of one man that has more men chasing after him. And I'm sorry about my speech. That want to suck his dick. That it's scary. It really is.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that.
Oh, the Paintsville rat. He's in Kentucky.
Gotcha.
And
Gotcha.
he
I've
just,
heard about the disc golf stuff. I never really got into it, Taylor. I've seen people play it, but
I can
yeah,
do putt.
yeah, I was pretty good at that. But golfing, there's a lot more entailed with it than just putting. The putting's actually the easiest part, but you still have to be really good to it. So
And
Saquon Barkley,
he'll go give me that club. What the hell's the damn difference?
there's the wedges and the putters.
Yeah.
There's different versions of them for sure.
Yeah. And of course, I never know what he's talking about. And he goes, just move, I'll do it. I'm like, I'll be over here.
Right. Ranger, I get it. I get it.
I seen a thing on TV where they were there was a game of golf, but there was an alligator that just literally dropped on top of the ball.
Yeah, I see. That's happened before down in Florida before, yes.
I'm like,
reminds me of the Happy Gilmore stuff, which I just watched. That movie, you know what? The second one, I just watched it. We just watched it the other night. It was okay, but I don't think it was as good as the first. I don't know. Something about it was off.
Yeah. There's some movies you cannot outdo the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it wasn't bad. I'll say that.
No, it wasn't a bad movie. It just wasn't as. I don't think it was as funny as the first one. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And maybe Sandler's gotten older and so on and so forth. Ranger, I was asked to show you this. This is some kind of a solar field or something. Jesus, that's insanely huge.
Oh my God.
That's a lot of solar panels, folks. Somebody tried to offer those to me here one time, and I just thought it was a scam, so I didn't even get involved in it.
Well, my mama, she always said, if it sounds too good to be true, it's too good to be true. There's a catch somewhere. And she had solar panels put on her house.
Mm-hmm.
There was at least 2 months every year she had no power.
Yeah,
she had to get a generator.
That's called the Terrell Solar Farm, just in case our owner other grid fails again. Oh, that's
Wait a minute, isn't he missing?
Huh?
Isn't he missing?
Who, Terrell Owens?
The solar farm guy.
Oh, I don't know.
I think he's missing.
I have no idea.
I seen it on Facebook, and I was like, because I
What's
always
up?
share the missing people, and it's usually just women or kids. But I'm pretty sure it was him.
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. What's up, KP? Good to see you. Yeah, that's huge, Tomboy. That's a lot of power. Shit. That should, with all of those, I would imagine that should give a decent amount of power to a large area.
Yeah.
That guy there, we watched that in here on our morning show, guys. That one gentleman, he created gasoline. Remember that, folks? Out of plastic.
That's the guy that's missing.
He was getting some death threats and some other threats, and then now he's missing. Is he missing on his own accord, or is he missing for other reasons? Because I could see. I even made the statement that's kind of dangerous to come out here and do that because there's a lot of people that are going to want to take you down. Julian Brown, that's his name, Julian Brown. Well,
I think because like I said, I always share the missing people, and it's very disgusting how many kids are missing. But to me, it sounded like he's missing and not on his own accord.
Yeah. Welcome, Taylor. You have some kind of weird noise coming through in the background, Taylor.
That's the cicadas. I'm sorry. I can't shut them up.
Okay. Let's
I
see.
just popped
Everyone,
up real quick to ask you what you thought about what happened in Arkansas.
what happened?
The guy
The
that killed
murders.
the husband and wife and let the kids go.
Oh, yeah. Well, I haven't really got into it a whole lot because I've been super busy today. I've heard a little bit about it. It sounds pretty wild to me. I'm gonna have to get a little deeper into it to get like a real good feeling for it.
The
Um,
best that I can understand.
it
They,
sounds crazy though.
oh my God, yeah. Um, they got to. I, I don't know if they got the description of the guy from the children, or if somebody else had seen him in that area, but they said that that husband and wife just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time, and that his intent was to murder somebody.
Oh,
But
yeah.
it wasn't. It just they were. It just happened to be they come up on him, and that was, you
So
know.
you don't think that they were after the two kids?
No. Um, and I could be wrong, because I thought the guy who did the grid was missing, and it wasn't. Um, and it seems to kind of change. Um, they have what is, when they do a drawing of you, um, it's not a photograph. Somebody, like I said, somebody gave
Welcome,
very
Phenomenal
good
Mom.
descriptions of him, and he was in a Mazda that had his license plates taped up.
Mm.
And I think,
I haven't heard any of that.
Earlier today, I heard over on another channel that he had front and back license plate taped.
yes,
What I
I,
read
I, I did hear
earlier,
that.
though, what I read earlier, it said one license plate was taped.
And see, yeah, what I first heard was that he had his back license plate taped up. But then I had heard, uh, I forget who it was, that he had a front plate and a back plate, and they were taped up. But then when I was listening to the law enforcement give an update, they only said one plate was taped up.
I don't know anything about that stuff.
And he did
Well,
not harm the children, the little girls. He did not harm. Well, yeah, he did, because he did it right in front of them. But
Welcome, Esther.
you know, I don't think it had anything to do with the children, and I don't think I kind of agree with LE that their mom and dad just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Miss Paula, good to see you. Yes, I saw the dollhouse. That's just sad.
That's. I have a question, Dago.
Yes, ma'am.
Um, I you know I I hate doing laundry, so when I do it, it's like 500 pounds of laundry I got to do. I was
Mm-hmm.
folding my laundry and I was watching Miss Potts, or listening, and Molly, the McMichael, or whatever her name is, the
Yeah.
DoorDash driver,
Uh-huh.
said, I don't know if I misunderstood or what, but she said she's seen the third level bathroom and a woman ducking down, and then she drives to the back. And I'm thinking, wait a minute.
Uh-huh.
And I thought, wait, and I was like, how the hell
Well,
did she?
it
So
said
how
that
did she see?
she was well, it was a window, okay, and said that she saw somebody standing in the window, and every time that they would look up or whatever, they would duck out. So
Yeah,
a
but
lot
she
of
said in that statement she gave, it
second
was the third level bathroom, which
okay.
cannot be seen. If I'm correct, cannot be seen
Um
from the front of the house.
trying to
And then she
remember.
goes
It should
on.
be in the middle of the house.
So I was like, And I thought, well, I'll wait on day, and then I seen you was on. I was like, oh, thank God. Because I was trying to think. She can't, because her statement is that she's seen a woman who
Yeah.
kept ducking down, and then
Right.
she pulled to the back of the house on,
Right.
what is that? Those by those apartments. And
The White Apartments Road. Yes.
I'm like, how? Okay. And then, but then, the whole thing, and they took, and if I'm correct, and I need to go back and make sure, but I did hear correctly that she's seen the third level bathroom and a long brown haired lady ducking down.
Yeah.
That's impossible.
That's what I heard. If it's the third floor, yes.
That's what she said in
Um,
her
and I think that
statement.
would be that on the third floor, Diane. I do believe that's if you look at the front of the house when it was there, it would be the window at the very top to the far left.
I thought that was Maddie's room.
No, Maddie's room's in the back of the house where
Yeah,
the pink
but
M is.
so the third level bathroom can be seen from the front.
Yeah. That the one I was thinking about the house. I had to think about it for a minute. But yeah, all the way to the far left that's the bathroom. And then if you take that hallway, Maddie's room was to the very directly behind that in the back, and then Kaylee's room was right next to it, where the slider door was in the back on top.
Okay, well here, and I swear to God, uh, the inmates wherever and I hopefully prayers he doesn't end up in any prison, but the way it stands right now, he's like a super ninja he's like a ghost who can move around and kill two people at the same time,
Well,
carry a vacuum.
he's already in prison. They said
He's
he's
an
in.
intake. He's an
Yeah,
intake.
he's in. I can't say it. It starts with a Q, I think, somewhere in Idaho. But
Yeah, it's intake. They will decide.
yeah,
From
he'll be there for a while, depending on how long
yeah,
it takes to get his permanent DOC number and all that kind of stuff, and then get him settled and get all his stuff together, and then they'll send him off to his home prison.
a friend of mine, he's very intelligent, because compared to me, he's intelligent. I'm like, well, he said he thinks that the very last minute he will deny the plea deal because everything is already out and he can use it.
I've heard
Now,
that
I
too.
don't know if that can be done or not.
Okay, so Tomboy said he's at max now at J Block at Kuna, Idaho. There it is, Kuna, not Q.
Yeah, it's intake. He'll
Well,
be
I
there
guess
about 30 days.
yeah, but from my understand is they took him directly through, and they're doing intake at that place. That's something somebody sent me an email on that yesterday, that they're not doing what they normally do with him. For whatever reason, that's not an intake facility, I guess. So I'm guessing because he's so high profile that they're just pushing through and they're going to do all that wherever he's at. That could be why. That makes sense too. But the Kuna facility is a full max facility.
Well, then, I have never, like, we have IYC over here in Plainfield. No matter where you're at in the state of Indiana, and you get, if you get convicted down south, you end up in Plainfield at the intake center for them to do it, what they need to do, figure out medications, this and that, blah, 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 all that. I have never heard of intake being done in the prison itself, but
Like I said, this is a very different situation, and there's been a lot of threats and a lot of different issues going on, so they probably needed to get him moved into a segregation block where he can be protected per se, because like I said, there's definitely a ton of threats that are going on that, wait till he gets in and this and that and everything else, that there's people waiting on him and just all
there's
that.
Nobody waiting on him. I don't know as much about like the East Coast area and how the prisons are run, because I've just never really had the need to know it. But the West Coast areas, like Oregon, California, uh, what else is there? Idaho. I do know about those. And the how do I put this? Whoever has the highest numbers in their clique, that is who runs the prisons. And on the West Coast, it is AB.
Yeah, no, I know about all that stuff, but
And I'm telling you, you can I can write you a check, and I can bet somebody's farm, my neighbors. No one's going to touch him. No one.
like I said, based on, and that's just, I'm just saying that based on the threats that he's getting. I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but there's a whole lot of threats that have been anticipated, that have been put out,
Oh
things like
yeah.
that. So we'll see. We'll
Who
see.
was that guy on? I think it was called the '70s show, or
Danny Masterson.
yes. He went to Corcoran to start with,
Mm-hmm.
and his money, he can buy protection until he runs out of money. And as
Well, I'm
far
sure.
as I've heard, he's getting, it's getting down there. But while he was protected, because they would escort him, he quit eating. So the guards escorted him to the child hall so he could eat. Nobody in there, so he wouldn't freak out. And as he's got one guard on each side of him, he got his head thumped. So they
I'm
moved
sure.
him to I forget the name of it.
Yeah, celebrities, and depending on what they go in for, there's a lot.
And what you get your head thumped in for. And there's a clip on Facebook of a man. He had already had a life sentence, but he had a new cellmate who had done some very disgusting things to a 3-year-old little girl.
Mm-hmm.
And he kept telling, dude, you need to be quiet till in the morning. He goes, because you're not, you're going to go find another cell. You're not going to be here with me. And apparently he kept talking. So he ended his life.
It happens.
And he's
It
standing in
does.
the courtroom, and the judge goes, well, did you intend, to kill him? He goes, oh, yeah. Yes, I did.
Oh, well, it happened. Like I said, it
SA
does happen.
and brutal abuse to a child, or drugging a female, depending upon when you're a celebrity,
Okay.
it's money that talks, but sometimes money don't mean nothing.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense now. I'm looking at this over here. The day that he was sentenced, he was transferred out that night. I'm guessing he went through intake at the first facility he went to, and then he was transferred off again, and that must be his home prison then, where he's at, because like I said, I knew he was going to a segregated unit, and they're saying J block is what, so he's heavily protected where he's at right now. And that is, so maybe they did his intake at the first facility he went to then. That makes more sense.
Yeah. Here, and well, like I said, ours is in Plainfield, and they call it IYC. It's usually 30 to 60 days.
Well, typically, like I said, I know it depends on. I know people that have gone in, they've been sitting in there for 3 months waiting because of different problems, or 3 weeks. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's going to be things that are going to be different with Brian, because the case is such high profile, and there's a lot of things that people are worried about with this, and so they're probably trying to keep everything on the down low, keep everything quiet, and just get him settled in and get him where they got to get him, so that they can stop worrying about specific other things, in my opinion.
How long does he have
In
before?
prison,
No, for this plea deal.
he's got 36 more days, I do believe, if he's going to do anything. I think it's at 36 now.
Okay, here's my question to you. If that's what he is doing, and that is what Ann Taylor is doing, and she's getting everything, that she did not get, isn't it still going to go against, that he pleaded guilty?
Yeah, I mean, if it goes to a trial, this is, in my opinion, the judge even said it could go against him. But if it goes to a trial, okay, one of the first things the prosecution in that trial is going to do is say he admitted to it. He took a plea deal. He said he did it. That's going to be their ammunition right there. So they're going to get the jury to hear that, to believe that. Why would this man say he did it if he didn't do it? And they're going to drill that into their heads. That's how these things happen. But my guess is his defense, if that were to happen, will explain why he took the plea deal at that point then to the jury so that they can understand what this was all about. And that's how that would work out. But yes, it would definitely go against him per se. And there is, if he were to rescind the plea deal, there's some form of a penalty with that. I don't know what it is. I was reading an article on it, and it just said it anybody that rescinds a plea deal, they use a different word than rescind, but will be penalized for whatever reason. Not that it can't be anything. It would be any more than what he's already dealing with. I don't know, but that's what I've read about it thus far that I've seen. So that's all I can tell you on that one.
The way my friend was explaining it to me, he said he goes, these reports that everybody's going over, he goes, Ann Taylor did not have those. She does now.
I think she had to have had some of them, truly, because some of that information is stuff that we already knew. So
yeah,
she did have to have some of that stuff.
See, that's what I thought. I thought, wait a minute,
And I think she even had the stuff that was redacted from him. She truly should have. Most of that comes with discovery. Maybe she didn't have it all, because we know she didn't have all the discovery, but she did definitely have the stuff we've looked at. And then more, I would say. So yeah, she would have to. Because some of the stuff she's brought up that we've read through, she's brought it up to use in some senses for defense. Now we found a lot more that they didn't put out, of course, and there's still more. Like I said, if we get through this, then I would plan on reading some more of that. So, but this was interesting. Go ahead. So,
it was what'd she say, a tan sedan that passed her or pulled behind her, and like I said, I was trying to fold laundry and listen, and they said, well, undoubtedly that was just, the white Elantra. But then it says she didn't see a white Elantra.
Well, she didn't. She saw the Ford Focus unmarked police car. That's what she saw, and that's who they saw her. They saw the back of her car, I should say, the taillights of her car as she was out trying to find the address, supposedly. So, all right, y'all. Let's it is very strange, all of that, and that in itself, knowing what we found out the other day and we talked about, it really should. The Paparazzi put out a couple really amazing videos, I think, and really should get people thinking about why everybody still is trying to say that this man right here was driving around over there that night when it wasn't his car. It's already known that he wasn't in that area beforehand. And like I said, Bill Taylor, part of what we were talking about tonight as well, has started to very slowly relinquish things that point towards Brian not being as guilty as they were trying to say he was.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you've seen that. And
That's
I'm like, wait,
really, really, that's what tonight's show is about mostly. That's why I said it. That one of the main things is he's blaming guilters via YouTube probably and MSM, mainstream media news, stuff like that, for a lot of the stories that were created about Brian, the rumors, the hearsay stuff. He's putting the blame out on guilters.
When he said, what did he say? Shared the PCA with your neighbor, your friend, put it on social media because it was like written by God, and
yeah,
and PCA he started it.
Yeah, well, And that's what I'm saying. He's backpedaling on a lot of things now that this is all said and done, which I think is ridiculous. So that's what we're going to do is we're going to review some of what Bill has to say, and another interview we're going to look at with Gilbertson and another gentleman. And so we're going to hear some of this stuff that we've been thinking and talking about for 2.5 years that's now coming out of the mouths of the very people that are putting this man in prison for the rest of his life and have done that. Welcome, Angel. Good to see you. Gen 7, good to see you here as well. Let's see.
So Ann Taylor's not his attorney?
Do what?
So Ann Taylor isn't his attorney anymore?
I have no idea what's happening with that right now because I haven't seen anything else talked about with it. I don't know. We're gonna have to definitely see.
Well, I have to finish up the rest of the 500 pounds of laundry I got, so
Yes.
I got to drop down. But
No worries. Thank you for jumping up here.
all right, thank you, Dago.
Yes, ma'am. Anytime. Let's see. All right, let's go through this one first. Again, thank you guys for joining me very much. Wellington Oda, good to see you. It's been a while. Angel D, welcome from down under. Great to have you here. Let's see. Hello, Governor from down under. LR, good to see you as well. Anybody that's out there that's not in chat, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you being here as well. Beach Babe, you too. There's a document that came out from Hippler, basically going over BK's rights to appeal. Oh yeah, Indy covered that. Scott, what's happening, bud? Good to see you. ZZ Tips, that's got to be Jeffrey. And figures. I think I got everybody for right now. Come on in, guys. 95 peeps in the house. Please hit that like button and let's get this moving. Sorry, guys, for the delay. All right.
Beginning life in this Idaho.
Oh, hold on. I don't know why things are doing this to me tonight already. All the way up and play. There we go.
Maximum security prison. But for the families of the victims, still so many questions about why he murdered Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Zeneca Nodal, and Ethan Chapin.
It would always be nice to have an answer to everything, but the reality is that we don't always have that luxury.
Lead prosecutor Bill Thompson finally free to speak, sitting down with us after the release of hundreds of documents related to the case, including one revealing in the weeks before the murders, Kaylee Gonzalez thought she was being followed. And a chilling tip from a woman who said she matched with Koberger on the dating app Tinder. She told them he asked her what she thought would be the worst way to die. When she responded, by knife, Koberger allegedly said, like a K-bar, his future murder weapon, which still has never been found.
Where is the murder weapon? The clothes you wore that night? What were Kaylee's last words?
Now,
Thompson, who negotiated a deal that took the death penalty off the table for Koberger, telling us even if the case went to trial, he believed.
Now, it's funny. See, this is what MSM does right there. Okay. They brought up that situation about the girl that matched with him on Tinder, having that conversation. What they left out of that conversation was that they were talking about horror movies right before that. Halloween and Friday the 13th and all that and that type of stuff. And then that question was asked. This is how they do what they do. This is where the propaganda bullshit comes from. So that is where that all came from. That conversation is what sparked that question. It wasn't just out of nowhere that he asked it. This is the bullshit that they do. Absolute insanity to me. We're going to LR. Don't worry about it. We're going to. I just want to do this first.
Believes the families would still never have gotten those answers.
What do you say to those families who feel like that was doing a deal with the devil?
We made a proposal on our terms, not his.
I think there's still those who feel like it's what he wanted was life in prison versus the death penalty.
I don't know what was going through his head.
Okay, so he just says, and this is what we're going to do, is we're going to commentate this as well. That's why we're reviewing it. Bill says that he made a proposal on their terms, not his. But we were all told that the defense approached the prosecution. Am I right or am I wrong? that there were no terms as far as I'm concerned. That's what I understood. So this is just ridiculous.
This morning, Ryan Koberger, now inmate 1 day.
Sorry, this is doing all sorts of weird shit tonight, skipping all over the
place. We don't always have that luxury.
Lead prosecutor Bill Thompson finally free to speak, sitting down with us after the release of hundreds of documents related to the case, including one revealing in the weeks before the murders, Kaylee Gonzalez thought she was being followed. And a chilling tip from a woman who said she matched with Koberger on the dating app Tinder. She told them he asked her what she thought would be the worst way to die. When she responded, by knife, Koberger allegedly said, like a K-bar, his future.
See? You see how they do that? Right there. We already know, because we read this report, folks, that there was a whole conversation about what's your favorite scary movie and what do you like to watch, and the whole conversation went on, and then he says that. And here's what happened is, when, like I've been saying with all these reports, all these people that are coming forward giving these tips to the FBI and whatnot, making these statements about Brian, only did that after this man was arrested. They didn't say anything about it beforehand. Nobody was worried about that before he was arrested and then accused of a quadruple homicide. But now these things are a problem. That'll tell you how this is all unfolded, folks. It's very, very convenient how these things have all happened. And it's kind of gross, to be honest with you.
Murder weapon, which still has never been found.
Where is the murder weapon? The clothes you wore that night? What were Kaylee's last words?
Thompson, who negotiated the plea deal that took the death penalty off the table for Koberger, telling us even if the case went to trial, he believes the families would still never have gotten those answers.
What do you say to those families who feel like that was doing a deal with the devil?
We made a proposal on our terms, not his.
I think there's still those who feel like it's what he wanted was life in prison versus the death penalty.
I don't know what was going through his head or what he wanted. One way or another, he's going to be in prison until he dies.
He took them from me, my friends, my people who felt like my home.
We also asked Thompson about that emotional sentencing hearing where we heard for the first time from one of the surviving.
Yeah, his claim now is that the reason why he was turned in like that was he was protecting her from Brian being able to see her. That's what Bill Thompson said he was doing. Okay.
Roommates who came face to face with Koberger the night of the murders.
I had been asked to block his view of her, so she made her statements at the court. That was something I've never experienced before. Watching the strength of that young lady.
The roommate sat next to you, so Brian Koberger couldn't see her.
Yes. So she didn't have to see him.
And there's no understanding of why he passed by Dylan and left that night after she saw him.
I'm sure there are theories. Dylan had an angel watching over her.
And I also asked Bill Thompson about the family's concerns that Koberger might try to get attention and maybe write a book one day. He told me he's already spoken to the families about that and assured them that there are laws in Idaho that would prevent him from ever profiting should he decide to do that, Laura.
Okay, so Liz, what are you learning about what the rest of his life is actually going to look like behind bars, and what's next for the victims' families?
Yeah, well, Laura, this prison here where he's currently at is known for its harsh conditions. It was built to house Idaho's most dangerous and volatile criminals. But the Department of Justice here in the state has not yet said, or the Department of Corrections has not said whether this is where he'll serve his entire life sentence. They're still assessing that and they make a decision in the coming weeks. It's unclear if he's going to be in general population among inmates or whether he will be in solitary confinement. As for the families, I can tell you being there in that sentencing hearing this week and watching them, seeing them deliver those impact statements, you could tell it was a way for them to take a little bit of their power back. And while the families, all of them had different ways of grieving and finding closure through all of this, the hope is that they now at least have some finality and can begin to heal. Laura.
All right, Liz, just terrific work out there all week. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for watching.
All right, so there's that little bit there. All right, Al, we're done. God, this computer's irritating me. Good Lord. Okay. 1 minute, guys. Let me see if I can pull this up here. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. Things are running slow tonight, that's for sure. All right, hang on. Come on. Load up. Whoa. Um, 1 minute here. One minute. It's just taking forever and ever to load for some weird reason. Michael Green's in the house. Good to see you, Michael. Um, Fettuccine. Good to have you here. All right. Let's see. We do have this piece too, and I'm trying to get this other. I'm actually trying to pull the full interview, and I'm struggling with that. I don't know what is going on with my computer tonight. It's doing weird things, folks. I don't know why, but I'm gonna have to go in and do something with it, I guess.
Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson says the defense approached his team about a plea agreement at the end of June. He believes it was the right ending to the case, even if some victims.
I don't know why this is doing this, you guys. My apologies. Hang on.
Relatives disagree.
There hasn't been a day since that we haven't been thinking about and working on this case.
November 13th, 2022, a tragic day.
Bear with me, guys. My apologies. I don't know what's going on tonight. Sorry, guys. I was chewing a piece of ice. My apologies. I'm trying to get this to stop doing this, and for whatever reason, it was fine earlier, and now we have this problem. Come on. Try it again.
Utah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson says still feels overwhelming years later.
I think anyone who doesn't feel some emotions in this case has something wrong with them.
A case that's now over after an Ada County judge sentenced Brian Koberger to life in prison on Wednesday for killing 4 University of Idaho students.
He didn't just take them from the world, he took them from me, my friends, my people who felt like my home.
All the victims, all the families, these are good people. They're suffering and they're going through so much pain. And we hope ultimately that the resolution here will provide some support on the road to healing.
Special prosecuting attorney Josh Hurwitz says the plea deal negotiated by both legal teams was the best possible outcome.
It provides finality. It prevents re-traumatization.
Some of the victims' loved ones disagree. Kaylee Gonzalez's brother, Stephen, put Thompson's record on blast after the sentencing.
There is a clear and troubling pattern. Families are left feeling unheard, justice is negotiated down through plea deals, and the public is left with unanswered questions.
Thompson pushed back on those claims.
Every case stands on its own merits. And every case that my office has handled since I took office 33 years ago has been decided based on what is unique to that case.
I'm going to tell you something else, too. 29 years ago, almost to the day, this man took a plea deal almost the same way. Offered and took a plea deal, or put up and offered a plea deal, I'm sorry, almost the same way. 29 years ago. Like I said, it was almost to the day. This is what he does. Because he doesn't, and he's the great prosecutor, Bill Thompson. He doesn't have to do anything because he gives these deals out. That's all he's very well known for. But he had another bad one, like I said, almost 30 years ago in the same type of sets. And I'm going to show you guys here.
I understand and I respect the feelings of some of the families or the family members who don't agree with our decision. I honestly do. But there are also others who feel like they have received some comfort and some closure from this. And in the end, it has to be the prosecutor's decision.
It has to be the prosecutor's decision in the end, right? Interesting. All right, y'all. Bear with me. I don't know why I'm having all these technical issues tonight. I'm so sorry. Hopefully they'll work themselves out here momentarily. Just a minute here. I'll show you this first. I already had this sitting here. Controversial plea deal ain't the first. This DA's MO. It says the Brian Koberger plea deal in Idaho is not the first controversial bargain struck by the same district attorney's office because the top prosecutor made a similar deal nearly 29 years ago to the day. It also involved murders and the death penalty. It said TMZ did some digging. We found out that back in July of 1996, Utah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, who still holds the same position today, struck a deal to spare the life of a man who admitted to killing 2 people. The parallels are eerie because in that case, 2 Chinese nationals were stabbed to death in their Moscow, Idaho apartment, and a former University of Idaho student copped to the murders. The killer, Wen Kai Lee, was charged with first-degree murder and capital punishment was on the table if he was found guilty. But he struck a deal with Thompson where the death penalty was taken off the table, and he pled guilty to second-degree murder. The families of the slain victims in that case were furious, and they ripped Thompson in a letter to the judge saying that they were extremely upset and dissatisfied with the plea bargain. which they betrayed the truth. The plea bargain betrayed the truth. Interesting. In Koberger's case, he was charged with first-degree murder in the brutal stabbing deaths of the University of Idaho students Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves were killed inside their off-campus home in Moscow. Prosecutors were seeking the death penalty, but they made a deal with Koberger where he will plead guilty in exchange for prosecutors removing capital punishment from the equation. And the families of two of the victims are up in arms. Thompson is the common denominator here, and it kind of makes you wonder, is this the DA's modus operandi? And it is. He's known for it. Taking the death penalty off the table and plea bargaining to avoid, he said as much back in, to avoid a trial. He said as much back in 1996, saying that the plea deal secured a conviction without the risk or expense of a trial. Wow. Is that what this was? Gotta wonder. Just saying. It's quite interesting to me, you guys. Hold on here. Let me see.
At Sierra, discover great deals.
Welcome, Mr. Donnelly. Good to see you, Chet. Thank you for joining us. What's the matter, Debbie? Something wrong? What happened? Whoa. Slow down. What's the matter, Debbie? Did I miss somebody? Somebody please explain something to me. Hey, LA, good to see you. No, Debbie, there's no reason for you to go anywhere. Yeah, I guess there is a misunderstanding somewhere. I don't know why, but I don't know what happened. Bianca, good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Are you still here, Miss Debbie? I hope, because I don't know what's going on, but Meanie, welcome. I don't know that he is Meanie. I gotta wonder how many trials Bill has followed through with. I'm sorry. Okay, just want to make sure. Yeah, no, not chewing my nails. Not my toenails, at least. That would be funny, though, Angel. Definitely. All right, hang on. One minute, it's loading. Sorry. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for being here with us. Why is this doing this tonight? It's taking forever to load, and it's doing that whole thing. It's driving me nuts. We'll get there. Now, I hope she didn't go anywhere. As a misunderstanding from what Alicia said. Of sorts, maybe. And I hope you're still here, Debbie. All right, let's check out this interview, too. We were going to watch this the other day, but it was too late. Eddie, you're welcome to join me if you feel like it tonight, bud. The link's already pinned up there. And if not, no, understood. Completely understood. Betty Davis, hi. It's good to see you. Oh, okay. Did you see what I sent you in yeah, I definitely would on that one, Tomboy. Okay, thank you. All right, let's check this out too real quick while working on the other one. Yeah, we were going to watch this the other day, yesterday before we left, but we didn't have enough time, so I promised you guys we'd watch this too real quick. Let's check it out.
Numerous devices, but you collected an active phone that he had. What did you find on that phone?
Well, the phone, it just provided us and matched up everything that we mostly already had. You know, we'd already conducted search warrants and had a lot of his activity, a lot of his phone usage. When we actually had the physical phone and we were able to do the extract of it, you know, we didn't gain a lot from it. You know, we know that he was clearing a lot of his devices and wiping things from them. We know that he used VPNs. So, but we also did find screenshots and pictures of news coverage of Moscow.
On the case?
Correct.
That's so.
Well, that's so weird that a criminology student would be looking at following a case like this. Isn't it so weird, you guys? That's strange. And that he would have that on his phone. I mean, God, I can't understand how he could do that.
Classic.
Right.
It has been said that there were pictures on his phone of groups of young people in Moscow, and that Maddie, possibly Kaylee, were in some of those photos. Is there any truth to that?
No truth at all. There was not, to this date, we have never found a single connection, anything, between any of the 4 victims or the other 2 surviving roommates with him. No pictures, no texts, no. There was rumor, speculation that he was following some of them on different social media sites. There was sites that were sent to us of, hey, this is him, he's following. They were either untrue or they were sites that people made that were completely fake. And so we had to research and go into every single one of those just to prove or debunk what somebody had made up. And of course, then that spread to the media, and it went wild that he was following or there was a connection, and there wasn't. We wanted that, you know. I think naturally we need that, you know. What's the connection? What's the why? And we have found zero, never any connection.
I saw the amount of search warrants that you applied for and got returns on, and I don't think we saw the returns, but the work you were doing was monumental going through.
So there it is again. And he's actually kind of saying it too. The same thing that Thompson says, that there were things that were put out there that were created, fake things created to make Brian look bad. That's amazing, folks. Amazing. David Berg, good to see you, my friend. Our Whip's in the house. Good to see you, dear. Wonderful to see you back. Julianne, thank you for that statement. I appreciate that, dear. I don't believe that's true, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. Lucy, you got some explaining to do. Thank you for joining us tonight, Lucy. I think I got everybody that popped in. LA Looks, good to see ya. Just saying, I mean, there were many things. Yes, many things were fabricated, and here's what I'm seeing now, folks, is that a lot of these things were fabricated again through mainstream media, other people on YouTube. Guilters is what Bill Thompson has said, has clarified too, that these are people that have created scenarios about Brian, created these things like what Gilbertson here is saying, and then they were put out as facts, folks, and reported like they were facts through mainstream media. And even I think the prosecution even used some of this stuff against him. That is unbelievable to me. They're stepping back and saying this themselves. And where's Brian? In prison for life. Which tells us still the prosecutor had no case on this. None. Can you please show a video where actual evidence is given? There isn't any. There aren't any, Borg, because there is no evidence. This is insane. And like I said, the prosecution, they never shut any of this stuff down, you guys. The state never shut this down. The only time that this got stopped or slowed down is when the leaks started happening. And then HIPAA finally said, only because to protect his own ass, in my opinion, that can't be happening. That's what I'm saying. Exactly, Lucy. The crazy thing is they could have corrected the misinformation by calling it as it is. For the lies that it was, they're not part of the gag. That's 100% fact, but they never did, folks. They used it to their benefit to prosecute this guy. It's beyond disgusting, Lucy. Beyond disgusting. That's exactly what they did to drive that narrative, folks, nonstop. And now that they have him here, now we have the lead detectives and the prosecutor telling, you're fine, Alicia. No worries, dear. The prosecution and the lead detectives on the case are telling everybody, no, that ain't true. That's not true. That's not true. This isn't true. What is true? Where's the truth at? God, this is sickening to me.
Everything, and I saw that in the documents. You know, back at the House, we have now learned, because documents that have not been public have now been made public, and Xana Kernodle found on the floor over 50 stab wounds, many of them, much of them defensive. Can you explain that? Put that into layman's terms, the wounds and the defensive aspect of them.
She fought back, and she fought hard. And that's unless Darren can expand on that, that's primarily the reason.
Yeah, that was Xana absolutely fought, and we know that Xana was up. We know that Xana had just gotten her DoorDash shortly before this, and was actively up, and so yeah, she did. She fought.
So as she fought back, he kept stabbing.
The fight just continued. Yes.
Kaylee, in the documents that just became public, there was a preliminary autopsy report that said she was stabbed over 20 times. Mr. Gonsalves said, and we haven't seen the final autopsy, but he has said she was stabbed, Kaylee, over 30 times. Do you know the amount of times she was stabbed?
We do. We know the exact amount of times that every one of them was stabbed, and it's not something that we would speak about for the privacy of the families. And but I can tell you, we've met with families, and his information that he has is very accurate.
Well, we know because of the public documents, her face was unrecognizable. And then the concept of, okay, a second weapon, where do you stand on that to set the record straight?
Yeah, we believe that there was one primary weapon. The same knife was used to kill all four. As has been reported, and I think the family has spoke to this, Kaylee was struck in the face, and we don't know what caused the marks that were left by it. It wasn't fatal, and we just don't know what caused that. And we've never located, obviously, the knife that we know did kill all four, and we don't know what was used to do that.
Now, a fist can be a deadly weapon.
Right.
The injuries to the face, could that have simply been from a hand on her face?
No.
So you believe the injuries to her face came from something other than his fist?
Yes, I think the fist could have been part of it, but it certainly appears something else struck her to cause the marks that we saw that is not consistent with a fist.
What about marks near her mouth that came out? I believe they came out in public documents. Bound?
Yep.
Gagged?
And those are what I'm referencing, and no, it doesn't appear, there was no evidence that she was bound or gagged.
Are the marks from a knife?
No. No.
So the reality is the extent of what was done to her may be a mystery forever.
Yeah, it may be.
We saw publicly, it came out in legal filings, the selfie taken just hours after this all happened. He has a thumbs up. How do you interpret that picture?
That's hard to answer without putting my own opinion into it. You know, this individual, there's a lot of strange things about him and his demeanor and his way his brain works. So to say what I think that was would be pure speculation.
What about law enforcement theory? Because his thumb is up, right? His thumb is up. So that denotes.
Right, but the reality was we have many, many other pictures of him, selfies, where he has a very similar pose. It wasn't just one unique that was only that way. That's probably the one that's circulated.
Oh, wow, look. So now they had many, many other photographs of Brian doing the same thing. So now that he's in prison, it's okay that we can take that back now. Unbelievable.
The most now. And I think you can make lots of speculation because of the timing, but the reality was there's other pictures where he has that similar pose.
Excellent point to put it in perspective. Thank you for that. Do you believe that he committed other murders before November 13th, 2022?
We don't. We don't have any evidence. We don't have anything that's ever been located or found. We certainly, by we, I mean the FBI, the Pennsylvania State Police, every law enforcement agency that would have been anywhere that he's ever been has taken a hard look into that, because that's certainly one of the first things you wonder. Has this occurred before? And there's nothing to support or show that he's ever done this before, and we don't believe that he ever had done it before.
So this would have been his first.
Yes.
Obviously, you believe he would have gone on to do this again?
I don't know. It's a great question. I don't know.
I was talking with a district attorney in California that said to me, Gene, he's a serial killer. And I guess by definition, because serial killer is 3 or more.
Do you see how bad they're trying to get even law enforcement to state all these bad things about Brian, and he can't agree with these things? They're still trying to push it. So he could have, you believe he'd do this again, right? Right? They wanted a yes answer out of him. He said, I don't know. Because they don't. Because he didn't. I still don't think he did it to begin with. This is a very strange interview, folks. If you have not seen this, it's very weird.
In that area. So do you consider him a serial killer, even though it's one episode?
No, I don't. It's not a term we've used at all, but I would tell you we've just not looked at that or thought about that. We were obviously consumed by the investigation and the murders here. So I would certainly leave that to the experts. And
I just call him what he is. It's a murderer.
Quadruple murder.
Quadruple murder, and he will now die in prison for doing that.
So you've studied this for 2.5 years. You were just on the eve before trial. It's complicated. What is your working theory as law enforcement investigators on why he did what he did?
That's the biggest question. And it's the same question we've had, and we've had it all along. But the reality is often we don't get the answers to the why. And I think even in some instances, and I think this certainly could be one of those, the why from him may make no sense at all to us and not even be explainable or understandable. So we don't have a motive. We don't have anything that has said, here's.
Exactly, Annie. By the way, the link is pinned. You're welcome to join me. Same with you, Eddie, if you didn't hear me earlier, bud. I'd love to discuss this too. This is interesting to me what we're seeing. And I'm going to show you some more of this that is actually coming from the prosecutor.
Here's why, or here's the reason. We just don't have that.
Well, he used a knife, multiple stabbings. In law enforcement, what does it denote when you have a deadly weapon that is a knife?
I would say, I mean, typically, if you look back historically, a lot of crimes that are committed with knives are a little more.
Hey, bingo, Annie.
But again, that's also speculation. As Lieutenant Gilbertson said, we all would like to understand and make some sort of sense of why in this situation, but that's just something that I don't think we're ever going to know.
What are your thoughts about when he was in graduate school in Pennsylvania? He had a project and he developed a questionnaire sending to convicted murderers around the country what their state of mind was before they committed the murder, during the time they were committing the murder, and after they committed the murder. What does that tell you about his state of mind in doing a project like that?
Yeah, I think he's very consumed with it. And I would tell you, we looked into all of that. We obviously have everything that he studied, every project, every course that he's been in during all of his higher education, to include at WSU. And at the same time, though, anybody else that's in those fields, they're doing the similar things, the similar type projects. So none of those were a one-off to only him. We could find.
There's another one. There's another one. So what he was doing with the Reddit survey was not abnormal. It was many other people were doing it. It was not just him. Well, wasn't that a big red alert for everybody in the beginning? A big red flag? Because, oh my God, he put this out and so on and so forth. That makes him a murderer. And now the man is denoting it right here again. 100%, Alicia. I was just getting ready to say that. They're denying all the negative. This is what we're talking about tonight, guys. They're denying everything negative about Brian. Now that it's said and done, now they're kind of maybe he knows this ain't the guy. This wasn't the guy. Why is this guy in jail? This is a joke, folks. I'm so pissed off right now watching this. And after I watched the Bill Thompson shit, everybody is back. They're backpedaling every which way they can away from Brian. I wonder why, folks. I wonder why. This is insane to me.
Many other students that were also doing the same or very similar. It's hard to not look at it and view that as part of the overall. Is that part of the why? Is that part of why he did this? And again, but it's just speculation and assumptions.
But I think you said something very valuable, consumed by it.
Right.
Because objectively speaking, when you look at everything.
See, she's trying to get him to admit to something, consumed by it. That's what she wants, because these news channels are ignorant. This is what they're trying to get out there. They're trying to make it look, they're trying to justify why Brian is in prison right now. Can't do it. The lead investigator on the case is telling you, nope, it wasn't that serious. Nope. Everybody else was doing it too. No, Dakota, I'm still trying to figure it out. And the more I see with these interviews now, I'm even more I don't understand. I just don't understand. I think it probably would have to do with threats or something. They forced him into this. They scared him, in my opinion, into taking this plea. And that's my opinion. I don't have any proof on that, folks. Before you ask me, I don't. But it was forced. They cornered him for somehow or another, just like the Central Park 5. Yes, Tandy. Just like the Central Park 5. We covered that case about 6 months ago, folks. If you go back and look at it, it's the same scenario, just with 5 people instead of 1. This is insane to me. Absolutely insane to me. They could literally write a press release and clear it all up, shut all this interest down by answering the biggest, what happened and how. Exactly, Lucy. Exactly. He took the deal. If he was innocent, he would have went to trial. That's not true, JS. Once again, how many people take plea deals that have nothing to do with the crimes they're accused of? Too many, okay? Because of them having no smoking gun, he admitted to doing this. I can't defend someone like him, in my opinion. You don't even know what the whole deal is. That's what I'm saying. How could you even say that not knowing? After seeing things like this, after reading the reports we've been reading, you can't tell me you don't see something wrong here. If you don't, I'm telling you, then you need to read through it again. I respect your opinion on it, but you're denying these red flags that are right in our face. It's how the hell did that get in here? It's disgusting. It's absolutely insane to me. Every bit of this, they've completely violated his rights, folks, and they're backpedaling on everything that has been put out now. Why? Why is it now that you have him in prison for the rest of his life? Is it, well, the Reddit survey was not that big of a deal. Everybody else is doing it. But 6 months ago, oh my God, the guy's got to be insane because he did this. They used it. And everything they could use and everyone they could use to get what they wanted out of this. Now that they're done with it, the prosecutor's backpedaling, the lead investigators are backpedaling, and you see these news stations are still trying to pry them out, these statements out of these people that they won't admit to it. Hey, Sarge, how are you tonight?
Well, I'm always doing awesome.
Good to see you, sir.
What's going on? I see people are still fretting over the Koberger case.
Well, one, the reports that we've read, all the bullshit that's come out. 2, there's been a rumor. There's been interviews with Bill Thompson, you know who he is, the prosecutor, and lead detectives on this, and they're backpedaling from all these statements that were put out about the negative things that Brian supposedly did that proved that he committed this crime. The stupid thumbs up thing. Now they're saying that he has many, many other thumbs up photographs he's taken. That's kind of his thing.
Yeah,
so now
Steve Gonzalez's big go-to.
Oh yeah, many other people too, and same with the Reddit thing. Remember the survey he put out asking all the questions about how
I said in the very beginning that the case was fully exculpatory. There's no way to explain what Brian did. And I've kind of watched a little bit on the edges because, I don't want to come out here and justify, and argue I was right the whole time. Like I think a lot of people are doing that. They're arguing the case because they don't want to let go whether their observations were right or wrong. The kid pled guilty, but there's nothing in the case that they're going to show you that's going to deviate from the PCA, which in and of itself is the most insufficient document that I've ever seen in a legal case. And in fact, this case should never have been in a courtroom. This kid should never have been locked up in prison.
No.
And nothing that they're releasing justifies their actions against him.
That's it right there. And like I said, I've been saying
that's the whole story the whole time.
Yeah, I've been saying for probably the past 4 or 5 days now when we're reading these reports, I'm not even, and I don't want this to sound ignorant, I don't even care about Brian right now. What I'm caring about is this stuff right here and the stuff we're finding in these reports and the absolute blatant corruption and bullshit. And listen, there's mistakes that have been made through these reports, right? And I'm reading mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake. At some point, stop.
But you're not reading any evidence of guilt.
None. There's nothing in here that shows any guilt, Sarge.
As a matter of fact, every single thing that the public was pointed to, which never in and of itself meant a fucking thing.
Exactly.
That all of these people turned into these big stories and wrote books about, none of it is evidence at all.
There's nothing in anything that they've done that goes to him. Everything goes away from him.
Well,
and they still did this.
Let me ask a question to those of you that are, how about the refrigerator that went bad? Since when does blood need to be stored in a refrigerator to be used to test for DNA?
Any of those things, Sarge. How many of these things can happen and you just say that, oh, it was a coincidental mistake? Get out. I'm done. It's all bullshit.
And
That's
you
all
can blame,
bullshit.
you could blame Judge Hippler for this.
Oh, I blame him and I blame the prosecution. This is the utmost, absolute most bullshit I've ever seen in my life. And here we sit still. I still don't understand what he did and why after all of this. None of this was mistake.
It's no coincidence that Brian Koberger threw in the towel after the last two rulings. And the biggest, most important ruling is alternative suspects.
Yes.
And the bar that they had to reach isn't anyone. That bar, let's get as an example. The bar in comparison to like a ladder. Brian Koberger had to get to the top of the step ladder when the prosecution's case against him didn't even get in the same fucking room as the step ladder, let alone climb it. They had no evidence on this guy, yet that was enough to lock this kid up for 32 months. And for him to argue in his defense that there were alternative suspects that are more likely to have committed the crime than he himself, needed a hold. He had to get all the way to the top of the step ladder before Hitler would accept it. In other words, they had to prove and solve and find the criminal that did this crime in order for Brian to enter that as evidence. That's when Brian threw this in. So unless Brian appeals, folks, I don't know that there's anything anybody is ever going to be able to do about this, because
I agree. And that's what I'm holding on to, because he truly needs to. He's got 36 or 37 days, 36 days, I think, to do this. And every day it's like, what are you waiting on? What are you waiting on? Please do this.
I think Brian is waiting on, to be very honest with you, this could actually be, as outrageous as it sounds, and it's an outlier, but this could have been a practiced action by the defense to get this shit released, because maybe see that this kid, that you can't tie this kid to the crime.
And I was talking to my wife yesterday, actually, same thing, Sarge. Maybe that's what it is they're getting all this stuff put out there, and they're going to take it all the way till they get it all released, which could take it all the way down to the last second. You know what I mean? And then they're going to go, okay, folks, here it is. This is what, and all these interviews are going to be out here now. Here it is, folks. This is what really went down. And maybe they're going to, you know what I mean, go forward with the appeal at that point. Then it'll show ineffective assistance for counsel, judicial misconduct, prosecutorial misconduct, absolute violation of the 16th Amendment. Every bit of those things is going to be shown then. And boom. So that would make
Brian pursues it, because again, in the backdrop of all of this, you all have to accept he could have done it.
Well,
none of you want to do that.
That's
kind of why I've been staying quiet all this
time. The only reason why I said that, though, I did say he could have, but I'm gonna tell you right now, these guys right here in this interview are saying there's nothing.
I know.
Nothing that they
there
have
was
found.
Never anything. And we argued amongst these guilters that came in, were arguing about a car and headlights and U-turns, and
well, now
none of that is evidence of his presence at the home. As a matter of fact, the case can be made that the vehicle on Linda Lane is the police, and in fact, the travels of their car, their Ford,
the whole time
was the silver police car the whole time that showed up white on that camera.
Yep,
right.
100%.
Why he did not take this to trial? It's either he did it, or his lawyer advised him that based on the way this system is set up in my state, you're going to end up dead. So you got to take a plea, Brian.
I still feel at this point that there had to have been, Sarge, some pretty insane threats possibly for them to push this like this. That's the only thing that makes this make any sense to me. And I mean, anything else other than like what you just said about maybe possibly strategically to get all this stuff out to the public, those are the only two things that make this make any sense to me whatsoever, based on what we're seeing. Every time I read one of these reports. There's something new. Do you realize that probably, I'm going to say, 75% of the like the interviews or the that Brett Payne did, I'm going to say probably 85%. With anybody involved in this crime, he did not record any one of them. Not any of them. Maybe 5. Okay.
Say that again.
The interviews that Brett Payne, the lead detective, did, interviewing witnesses, interviewing anybody in regards to this, tips that he got, he didn't record any of them, Sarge. None of them. Now, in a quadruple homicide, isn't that something you think is pretty pertinent to do, is to record your interviews with people in this case?
Listen, everything that you would expect to be done was not done. They relied completely on the FBI. And the problem, I don't know.
Now, listen, though. This is the thing I think would have happened. If this would have actually hit trial, and all this shit came out during the trial,
can you put on the screen the weapon that I believe was the weapon used to commit this murder?
That right there?
That's exactly right. And the reason I say that, folks,
because of the knuckles.
It was not a K-bar knife that killed these young people. It was a knife similar to this with some type of guard over the handle. And I say that because of the wounds inflicted to Kaylee's face. And because the wounds spanned her mouth on both sides of her face. Okay. To me, this would be a more appropriate weapon to explain blunt force injury wounds. Or a weapon of similar design rather than a K-bar knife, which now that would do both. You see, that would inflict physical damage to the face, to a bone.
Definitely.
And it's got the similar shape and length of a blade as a K-bar knife.
And it also looks.
We all said this in the beginning. There's no evidence the K-bar was the weapon used.
Never was. Never has been. They still don't have it. Right.
Not only do they not have it, but there's no proof that it was a K-bar knife that inflicted these wounds. As a matter of fact, I suggest if you would have used a knife of similar design like this in your argument to compare the wounds that were on the victims, this knife may have been more to sway the jury's opinion of what was used over a K-bar.
Absolutely. I've seen those before too, and that does explain like a 2-for-1. You got the brass knuckles with the blade, and that's a double-edged blade right there. If you guys look at that part right there on the top of it, that's sharpened as well, it looks like. So that would cause dual cuts at the same time.
And listen, there's many blades. They're called knuckle guard blades. But you see, you can't explain if she wasn't gagged. How does she got wounds on the outsides of her mouth, on each side of her mouth?
See, and that's what I'm saying.
Somebody punched her in the mouth with her mouth open, and that would do it.
Right. See, and I even said that at one point, maybe that damn sheath was used to quiet her down, and they shoved that in her mouth, and which is why I was laying there possibly. If they weren't,
there was blood on there that they wrecked, but there was nothing other than we still don't know if the knife sheath was a brass snap or not.
That's true too. Because they never let us get to that point, Sarge. They never
they never really did they ever take a picture of the sheath?
Nope. But they did purchase Gilbertson, I think it was, went to Amazon and purchased a K-bar and the sheath, and I think the sharpener too. He bought everything that he said Brian did the same way he did and presented it. And of course, from the prosecution side of things, they presented it and said that, or it wasn't Gilbertson, it was somebody on the prosecution team. I'm sorry. They went and bought one and said that they presented it as to the ME in Spokane and said, could this knife have done this to made these wounds? And oh yeah, it could have. But you don't see the defense being able to do something like that, to be there to do that.
Well, Brian either bailed because he had no chance, because he could not offer a defense. However, there was nothing in the prosecution's case that he couldn't have overcome fairly easily. So that's why I'm saying there's as much of evidence that in his actions that he committed the crime, in spite of all these discrepancies that we're seeing. I that's the why I kind of step back. I don't think people want to accept that. I think it's two things. Either you believe and you refuse to question your belief, or you want to justify being right. I think those are the two driving motivators. And you have to accept Brian, in fact, may have done this crime. The guy confessed. And look, no matter how you argue against confessions, that has to be considered as seriously as him confessing because it was his only way out.
Well, like I said, my feelings on it at this point is if nothing happens as far as an appeal of sorts by that time when in that time frame, then I that's it. He did what he did. He accepted it, or he took the deal, and I got to wash my hands of it. Now, will I ever stop talking about what happened in Idaho with the corrupted bullshit that they've done, that they've gotten away with? Absolutely not. Because if we stop talking about it, it's going to continue happening. I'm sorry.
That interview that you had up here, I watched it with they talked about the FBI, the IGG.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish this up here in a minute, and then I have a couple with Thompson where he's admitting to things that he's blaming the guilters, not even the people, not us. Okay, the way it was phrased, and I'll show you who said it too. The way it was phrased,
office leaked this information in a very devastating way against Koberger.
Right.
He's got to take responsibility for that. Who leaked? Who did that? Who gave this stuff to these so-called guilters?
Right.
Welcome, with Steve Gonzalez, right?
It came from the FBI, in my opinion. Truly, somebody had to have that information. And it was. Did I see? Not yet, Joanne. Hold on a minute. By the way, but yeah, it was leaked by somebody. I agree. I feel it had to have been a law enforcement officer, and I'm going to go with the FBI. That's my opinion. Steve didn't get that information on his own. Okay. And he didn't create that information on his own. He was given pieces of information, in my opinion, and it either flip-flopped it around or that's how it was given to him. Either way, it's all bullshit. So, just saying.
I think all Cy Ray was going to be able to do was cover all the times that the phone was traceable. In other words, I think, in fact, there was a period of time where that phone was not connected to any network.
I agree.
And so I suspect that Cy Ray would have been able to show him in areas that were similar or in a direction that they claimed he had been anyway. In other words, I don't think Cy Ray was going to be able to come forward and prove the kid couldn't be there no, there was no doubt that he couldn't be there because of this phone record. I don't think that exists. In all fairness, I can't imagine that exists, and that Cy Ray and Bicka Barlow and this lawyer and Brian himself wouldn't have been all about all of that the whole time. Right? I mean, how could Cy Ray say he wasn't at that house at that time? There's got to be missing data on that phone. Not because Brian deleted it, but because the phone was off. There may be some fact to that, folks.
Was the phone off? Or
good point. Well, see, that's something else that Bill Taylor, in a sense, backpedaled on. When we get to the interview, I'm going to show you his words have changed. Before, they stated Brian Koberger turned his phone off. Okay, that's what he said. Now, in the interview, he's saying that he may have turned his phone off. That one word makes a whole bit of difference to me. They made it sound like he absolutely did that, but now they're saying Thompson said he may have turned his phone off now. Sorry.
Well, if he wasn't connected to a particular tower, it would not show that it was on.
Right. And that's what we've talked about, what Sarge brought up before, that there was another tower that was not in with that grouping. Yeah. Okay. And that's what that was all about.
See, can I just say something and just don't everybody get all freaked out here?
I'm freaked out.
Everything that we pointed out is accurate. It contradicts everything that we showed and everything we questioned. I'm going to say was 100% accurate.
Right.
Okay. But we don't know, based on that knowledge, that all of this data that doesn't, even now we're being confirmed. The state's coming out and they're confirming all of our suspicions, right? We all can see that our argument, this case was bullshit, is in fact true, correct? Yet Brian pled guilty to it.
Yes.
Is that because Brian did it?
I don't believe so.
No,
well,
I don't believe so.
Here's the problem is you have to consider that and you have to believe that's possible because Brian did confess. Is it possible?
I did initially, Sarge, until I started reading these reports. And in these reports, like you said, there is nothing that they have written down in these reports, any of them, that points to any kind of guilt to Brian. There's nothing that proves that he was in that house. In fact, everything about these reports points away from him.
Right.
So therefore, I don't think he did it. That's why I'm still saying
that. See the Bill Thompson interview? Did you see all that?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about tonight.
Okay. Once I came in late. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. Once I get through all this, we're going to go to that. So
yeah.
This document was actually dropped today, you guys. Hitler put this out, I do believe. It's the judgment of conviction and commitment. It says on July 23rd, William Thompson, Ashley Jennings, Josh Hurwitz, Jeffrey Nye, and Madison Allen counsel for the state of Idaho, defendant Brian Koberger with his counsel Ann Taylor, Liza Massett, Jay Logston, and Becca Barlow appeared before this court for sentencing. Defendant was duly informed of the indictment returned against him for the crimes of count 1 burglary, felony, IC, blah, 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 all those murder charges as well in the first degree, felony, and all that as well. And each crime committed on or about November 13th to 22, and his pleas of guilty to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on July 2nd. Defendant waived his right to a pre-sentence investigation report. Actually, after Hitler said that they weren't going to do that, he waived it. Defendant and his counsel were then asked if they had any legal cause or reason to offer why judgment and sentence should not be pronounced against defendant. If defendant or his counsel wish to offer any evidence, to make a statement on behalf of defendant, or to present any information to this court in mitigation of punishment, in this court having accepted such statements and having found no legal cause or reason why judgment and sentence should not be pronounced against defendant at this time, does render its judgment of conviction as follows. It is therefore ordered, adjudged, and decreed the defendant is guilty of the crimes of count 1, burglary, felony, and all that. I'm not reading them again. All the charges that he was charged with. And that he be sentenced pursuant to uniform sentence law of the state of Idaho, IC 192513 as follows. To a fixed term of 10 years for the burglary and consecutive fixed life terms, without the possibility of parole, and with such sentence to commence immediately. Said sentence shall run consecutively to the sentences imposed on 1, 3, 4, and 5. Not to mention, he was also fined $250,000 in total with everything that they put on him as well. I don't know if that's in here or not. It probably is. But anyway.
Hang on, wait. There's not 94 blood samples. You were wrong. That was a typo. But I'm sorry, Dicko. Go ahead. I'm watching chat.
Oh, that's fine.
And listening to you, obviously.
Yeah, that was a whole thing with the other one. Read one thing, and then they said they made a mistake, which I still question the mistake, but whatever. When they were putting it in the system on the keyboard, he didn't hold down the shift key, and he was trying to hit the parentheses, I think, and hit the 9 without the key, and that's what it did. Either way. These are the actual charges here, and what it was. And they read the same thing I just read to you. Defendant is sentenced to custody of the state of Idaho Board of Corrections for a fixed life term. For anybody that's not understanding, the Board of Corrections or a correctional facility is a prison, same name, without the possibility of parole, and with such sentence to commence immediately, same thing, guys. And then it says, defendant shall be given credit for the time already served upon the charges specified herein, which is 937 days as of July 23rd. It's further ordered that to each count, defendant shall pay the following county justice fund and current expense surcharge fee in the amount of $10 pursuant to IC 314602, court costs and fees in the amount of $17.50. Court technology fee, this is ridiculous, in the amount of $10. Crime victims compensation fee of $75 pursuant. Emergency surcharge fee in the amount of $100. Peace officer and detention officer disability fund fee in the amount of $3. Officer training fees in the amount of $15. Victim notification fund fee in the amount of $15 to be paid through the clerk of courts. This is insane.
Stop. That's crazy shit right there.
In the end, it all comes out to be $250,000 payable through the clerk of courts. Give me a break. And then again, it says each count 2, 3, 4, and 5. Defendant is hereby assessed to pay an additional fine of $5,000 in the total amount of $20,000, and that goes to on each count shall operate as a civil judgment against defendant shall be entered on his behalf of the family of the victim named in the indictment, which is the Gonsalves family. We know that. In order to be submitted to this court by the state, defendant shall comply with the no contact orders entered by this court at the time of the sentencing, and defendant shall submit a DNA sample and right thumbprint impression to authorities. I question that, but okay. Within 10 days of this judgment, defendant shall be remanded to the custody of the sheriff of Ada County to be delivered forthwith by him to the custody of the director of the State Board of Corrections of the state of Idaho. Clerk shall deliver a copy of this judgment and commitment to said sheriff, which shall serve as the commitment of the defendant. Now, and he's already 3 hours after the sentencing hearing, he was gone. They put him in an intake facility, and then he's already been transferred to his home prison. That's been done very quickly. Yeah, they should already have it. So this is the notice of right to appeal for all of you that don't believe he can. It says, pursuant to the plea agreement entered in this court on July 2nd, defendant Brian Koberger waives all rights to appeal any and all issues in this case and waives the right to file a motion to, pursuant to Idaho Criminal 35, Rule 35. Nonetheless, should defendant elect to file a notice of appeal, it must be filed within 42 days from the entry of his judgment. You are further notified that you have the right to be represented by an attorney in any appeal. That if you cannot afford or to retain an attorney, one may be appointed at public expense. Further, if you are a needy person, the cost of the appeal may be paid for by the state of Idaho. If you have questions about your appeal rights, you should consult your present lawyer. It is so ordered. There it is. He has the right to appeal within 42 days of sentencing, okay, which was the 23rd of July. He also can be represented by an attorney. I don't know if he can keep the same attorney. And if not, they will give him a court-appointed attorney. And they're also going to pay for the appeal as well because he's a needy person. He has no income. So there it is. Anybody that questions the appeal thing, it's right there, folks. He absolutely can file an appeal. So, and I don't know if this was put out because it was just protocol. They're supposed to. I mean, it seems like this should have been put out a while back, but there it is. I think Tomboy was looking for this a while back.
I think JS218 is making a comment that a lot of people don't want to even consider. Because you believe something and you just refuse to question your belief in it.
I get that people plead when they're innocent, but I don't see why he would plead in this case. I get life or death, but if they had no evidence, why not take it to I mean, I agree with you on that one, JS. I do. Like I said, I feel like there
can I ask you an opinion?
Who, me?
Do you agree that he would have been better off going to trial regardless of the outcome?
Of course.
And that his options available to him after a trial would have been much, much more open than they are now.
Absolutely, of course.
So he had, in other words, you can agree he had nothing to lose by taking this to trial.
We've already said that, yes, sir. And like I said, I do agree. Either he did this or there's some weird ass shit going on that nobody has a clue about. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Those are my two options.
What are they going to do to prevent him from taking it to trial? They have no power to stop that. See, the point is that's the main reason. This is what I don't think people are willing to consider. The case that to be defeated was, and I've always said this, it was imminently defeatable. This was a case that was exculpatory in all of its accusations. There was no evidence to place him at the scene of the crime, and the orchestrated statements by the government of how the crime took place and the time that it took place was all just easily destroyable. 417. I couldn't say it enough. This case was winnable, yet he bailed. And he took a guilty plea. And that, I'm sorry, but that is a a big deal when we can look at the case and we can agree on so many points. And now the prosecution's coming forward on all of those very points, confirming our analysis. Yet Brian pled guilty. So what could possibly be the reason? Let's forget about his family was threatening all these. Think about within the confines of what we've seen, heard, and know. What would be the reason if not he did it?
That's what I'm saying. It's either he did it.
It's more likely he did it. If you be honest, Dago, just think this through, folks. I mean, I'm a backyard lawyer, and I could have beat the probable cause affidavit.
Let's go with what you just said. That it's more than likely that he did it. Explain to me how he did it, Sarge.
I can't. Only he can tell you.
I don't see how.
Well,
that's what my biggest doubt is now. Is how he did it. How did you do this when there's nothing? He wasn't even there at this point. Now we know that's not his car. I've never believed he did.
There was a trillion ways that Brian could have done it. The only way he couldn't have done it is the way he was accused. Remember how many times did I say that?
Well, that's true too. You know, the way they put it out there.
Switched cars at WSU. Somebody else could have been driving his car. He could have walked. He could have jogged. He could have got dropped off, and someone kept driving his car, and the car never went in there. It doesn't mean Brian couldn't have walked there and done this. You see, the fact is that we're so caught up in that, and it's frustrating when you know you're right, and you're being shown that your analysis was right, and yet the conclusion is wrong. And so you're having a hard time wrapping your head around any other possibility except he couldn't have been the guy. And I'm telling you that when you look at this from the point of view that everything we pointed out, they're confirming. Now you have to ask yourself, why would Brian then take the fucking plea deal, man? And if you've got to come up with some giant exculpatory argument or some vision of threats or something outside of all of this, then he would have pled guilty in the beginning. Why did the threats have to wait till now? It doesn't make sense.
Well, I think they were going on the whole time, and as it got closer, they just got heavier.
Man. Well, I don't know. See, here's the thing. I mean, that's a justification that you can't.
Well, I mean, it was coming down to the line, Sarge, and I feel like in my mind, the way I put that together with the threats is that it was coming down to the line, and it could have been put out there as if you don't cop to this, your family's going down or something like that, because it was getting close.
Okay,
that's kind of how I took
years
that.
Ago. Why? See, here's the thing. I'm
not saying that they weren't. I'm just saying that now it's like here it is. We're at the 11th hour with this, and it's been put out there that many people were threatened. And I don't know. I'm just telling you that's what my guess was with that.
But a guess. But again, get back to the data, because the data tells us a story. And we watch this data come in, and we can say unequivocally that the arguments made in the accusations against Brian Christopher Kohlberger are untrue.
There's no evidence.
Unsupportable by evidence. They cannot be, by a reasonable doubt, can be presented against everything that they allege. Fair enough?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Yet Brian took a guilty plea. You think he didn't know what we knew? There's a reason Brian gave up, folks. And to now start grasping for straws without your first and most strongest consideration should be he's taking responsibility for something he did. And rather than accept that or even give that the strongest contention, we look for these outside ancillary unprovable theories that continue the thing going and going and going. And unless he appeals this, I really don't know where else to go with it. I mean,
that's what I said. If he doesn't appeal this, that's it, guys. I got to wash my hands.
You have to accept he did it. Fair enough.
That's all that's all there is left there at that point. Now, again, that's what it is. That's over here now. If that's where we're, in that conversation, my biggest issue still, and what I'm never going to get over is how and why this was all allowed to happen the way that it did, and how it's still, as we see now, accepted by so many people, even after these reports are being reviewed, even after these investigators and the prosecutors are saying the things they're saying. How is this okay to be just accept? And how did this happen? Okay, that's what my biggest issue is, truly. If there's no appeal that comes out of this, what else am I supposed to think? What else am I supposed to accept? You said that you did it, or you agreed to the charges that were put against you, I should say, and you're accepting responsibility for the crime. That's all we have left to grab at, folks, with that part of it. Okay, I have to agree with that. That's not even the crime here, in my opinion, though. You know, like I said, I keep saying this, Brian aside, the blatant corruption and the mistakes that they keep saying that were made and that we can see is what I can't accept in any law enforcement agency ever. If you make 2 or 3 mistakes or 4 or 5 mistakes, that's good. Okay, I get it. I understand. Every report, there's some form of something almost, it seems like, that was done wrong, that was mishandled, that was ridiculous. Good night, Beach Babe. Have a good night. And all of that stuff. You know what I mean? I don't understand it. And we're just supposed to sit here and go, okay, that's what it is. You know, and they're absolutely dispelling these absolute blatant forms of propaganda against this man now. The same people that were using it against him are doing that.
Isn't it? It's all, listen, it's always unfair when, like, regardless of when you have corruption in the system like we do, and it stretches across the country, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not even sometime corruption in that nobody made, let's just say Bill Thompson's corrupt just because he views himself and his job as he is God. And what he says is it. Now he's coming out and he's being a little more humble because the data is proving that he misled the public the entire time. Now the data can't be argued. So you telling me the picture with his thumbs up wasn't a celebratory picture of the 4 murders he just committed? Because that's what you told the fucking public, dude. Oh, no, there were a whole bunch of them pictures. Oh, okay. My point is, folks, yeah, everything that we assessed and everything that we viewed did come to be true. And you have to ask yourself, in the end, with all that being equal, and this is the best part. I love to be right. When I said to the guilters, everything that they got is in the PCA to begin with. Has that ever been doubted? It's been doubted by many, but has it ever been disproven? Absolutely fucking not. That PCA was the whole case. Right? Don't we now know that? There's no secret witness. There's no family witness. The only thing witnesses saw was a blonde-haired man in a tan car. Those are the only consistent eyeballs on the crime area of a person or a vehicle in the area. A tan car and a blonde dude. Right? Even the police saw this guy. The DoorDash driver saw this guy.
No.
So everything that we said, and I said in the very beginning made that argument. Don't tell me that the PCA isn't all inclusive. It certainly is. Maybe not to the minutia, but it always lists the major crime and the major evidence to tell you that this person is the most likely suspect to have committed it. That's what a PCA should be. This one wasn't. And this whole case, as we sit here tonight, has been exactly that PCA. There's nothing, has anything been added since I've been away for over a week that would make me say that I'm wrong? I don't think so. Other things that have come out over this period of time are how dicked up the case is, how much extra DNA they had. Like a reporter should say, well, IgG was so powerful. Why didn't you use it on all the other DNA samples? Right? That would be a sensible question, but none of the reporters are ever going to ask that question. I mean, I'm just stunned at how supportive these police are of IgG, and all these DNA samples were ruined, wrecked, lost, and not tested. It's a mess. But I still can't take off the table that Brian did it because Brian admitted to it in a case that was imminently winnable. That's fucked up, man.
You don't know that for a fact, sorry.
Well, is there anything that they've released?
From what we understand and what we've heard and the facts we've seen, we all believe that. I'm sorry. I'll quit talking now. It's all you, Sarge.
Oh, Randy, stop with your little game with me. If you got a problem with me, Randy, that's fine. But be a man and say what you're going to say. Well, there you go. I guess you're not a man. Maybe you go for one of those surgeries, transition or something. So, Dago, there's nothing that they've shown us.
That's high class. That's
Yeah,
high
no
class,
problem. Just
Sarge.
like you were
There
high
you
class
go.
when you attacked
High
me the
class
last time.
comment.
Yeah, well.
Thank you. Now,
You're welcome.
you know, what you're saying basically is, no, he's not guilty, but I think he's guilty. You're not coming up with any
That's not what I'm
conclusions.
saying at all.
You're going back and forth. You're not saying anything that's worthwhile that we haven't heard before. I'm sorry, Sarge. You know, but what's your bottom line there, boss? Is he
Bottom
guilty
line is
or is
Brian
he not
Koberger
guilty?
said he did it, and that has to be taken as a high-level watermark that he did it. Period.
Okay,
End of story.
then you think
Okay?
he's guilty. Fine.
No,
Then
it's,
you think he's
I
guilty.
think what I know based on what I can prove. And even though we disproved every accusation against this kid, me being one of the main people doing it from the very instant it started, okay, being that all of that was right, is erased when he did what he did. Now, can I try to come up with some kind of
Because you
scheme
know
to say
why he did it.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead. Why did he do it?
Well, there's two reasons. One, he did it. Okay. Or two, if he doesn't file appeal in 42 days, that would be the only reason to have done what he did. Was
Okay,
because
well,
it was completely
do us all a
unwinnable
favor.
because of Hitler.
Why don't you do us all a favor and wait 42 days and let's see what the hell happens?
Yeah, Randy,
That's
why
all.
don't you
That's
do us a
all.
favor and you wait 42 days?
I am going to wait 42 days, Sarge. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm still into this case as much as you are, and we're all trying to figure out what's going on, but to sit here and listen to somebody like go back and forth like he's guilty, he's not guilty, he's guilty, he's not guilty. You're not proving a point to me, You can't give me a bottom line of what you think the answer
What did I
is.
just say? I think, and I've said it 10 times.
You just want to argue. You just want to argue. And that's crazy.
You're the one that's prompting the argument. I've said it 10 times. This kid did it because he said he did it.
I'm sorry, Dago.
I'll
stop.
None of this needs to happen. I don't do this kind of shit.
No, I have nothing against Sarge.
I'm not
going to argue with him. I'm sorry, Sarge. I'll apologize to you too.
I think you're missing my point. When you got 8,000 things that say you probably didn't do it, but then you stood up and said you did it. I'm sorry, but that's stronger than those 8,000 things.
You're right. It's hard to believe why he did it. I don't know why he did it. It does seem to me like if you're going to admit to that, man, you might have done that. You just might have done it.
Man,
so,
exactly.
The point, let me, first off, nobody needs to be disrespected by making any kind of negative comments like anything like that, okay? We all have opinions. We all have, there's a lot of emotions in this, first off, but everybody has opinions. This doesn't need to be that way at all. And I won't do this anymore if that's the way it's going to be, because I can't handle that kind of shit. I don't do that to anybody. People don't do that to me, or they do, but I don't sit and listen to it. It doesn't even affect us. Everybody has feelings and opinions on this, okay, that are very strong, as do I. I do disagree with half of what Sarge is saying, but I do agree with the point that at the end of this, if there is nothing that comes out of it, yeah, I would have to accept that's what it is.
Agreed.
Okay, that's all I was saying. So I'm sorry if that was offensive to
all I'm
you,
trying
Randy.
to point out is no matter how right we've been, we still could have been wrong.
Well, that's in anything, yes.
Right?
Okay.
No, but we've been confirmed being right. Let me just make it
by Bill Thompson. By Bill Thompson.
Bill Thompson, right? He's confirmed everything we've observed.
Yep, I totally
everything
agree
that was said about Brian Koberger was a lie.
Right.
Every piece of evidence they claim they had to place him at that house was a lie.
Right.
If not a lie, a conspiracy theory.
Misrepresentation, maybe.
they picked up an image of a car and they decided that was Brian, and that's all they ever cared about. From there forward, nothing was going to change their mind. But nothing that they've shown us makes that Brian's car. Right? Nothing that they've shown us makes that car part of this crime.
There is no evidence whatsoever that Brian Koberger did this. So you question yourself, why would he say I did it?
Right.
You're
and
right.
So I accept
You're
him at
absolutely
face
right,
value.
George. Yeah.
Right, Randy? I accept him at face value. If he's going to take responsibility for something like this,
right,
then I'm going to take and put that up on my board, and I'm going to pin down Brian's guilty because Brian said he is.
Right.
That doesn't mean everything else we've observed and everything else we know is meaningless or doesn't have something of value.
Mm-hmm.
But this kid kind of cleared the table with one shot and wiped all that out. I can't get beyond how anybody wouldn't take this case to trial, even if you did it.
Well, can we ask ourselves, why do you think he did it? Let's go that route. Why did he? No, you don't want to go that route.
No, I'm not saying I didn't want. I'm saying I can't because the investigators can't even find a fucking motive on it. Nobody can. So that's another thing that doesn't point to anything. Now they're backpedaling, saying that there was no actual target. That the house he picked the house for whatever reason we don't know. What?
Right.
And then Thompson backpedals too in the interview that we're talking about, and says that now they're not even looking at premeditation, that he very well possibly could have just picked it right before he did it.
Right before he did it, right.
Which is the most nonsensical thing we've ever heard, right?
I mean, every bit of this bullshit is what's got me so pissed off about this, because that is why I cannot sit here and say, yeah, I can see it now. I can see how he did it, but because I can't. Other than him saying, okay, I'll take the plea. That's why I keep telling myself, what would anybody in their right mind, and what attorney would allow somebody in their right mind to do something like that unless there's something hanging in the balance that would provoke or cause that to happen? That's where my problem lies with this entire thing.
And one of the main provokers would be, he did it.
You missed exactly what I just said.
No, I didn't. I understand what you're saying. Why would anybody?
He did not want to face the. I mean,
no. If he did it, what my point was, I'm sorry, Randy. Yes, yeah. If he did it, then he said he did it. But with everything that we have just, even in the past 3 days, learned about this, on top of everything else, like he said, like Sarge said, we've been talking about for 3 years, that says he didn't do it. Okay. I don't understand why you wouldn't take it to trial, why you wouldn't take that risk unless there's something hanging in the balance, like I said, that would force you to say, I did this when I didn't do this. Okay. That is the only other option in my mind.
Which is
besides
Sarge
he did
says,
it.
Which is Sarge says that, for him to say that with no proof whatsoever, and Bill Thompson coming out and saying that, it's got to make you wonder. It's got to make you wonder, Sarge.
I mean,
I agree.
Dago, if the kid did it, he had to look at. If he did it, it would make more sense to go to trial than not. Just because, right?
Right.
I mean, but if he didn't do it, it would make more sense than not to take it to trial. See,
it depends.
There was nothing to lose, nothing for him to lose by going to trial. It was everything for him to win.
I know, I know every bit of that. I know that's what got me so frustrated and confused.
And
but let me ask this question though to both of you, okay? With all the other ridiculous things that a lot of people denied at first, that said, "Oh, that's a conspiracy theory," or that couldn't happen, or this would never happen, or that's unbelievable, that turned out to be probable and true in some senses. Could it be that there's something that happened or is happening that made him cornered? Okay, that made him say, I have to do this right now. I have to do this right now.
Look, I agree that there is reason to question his guilty plea on the basis that he was cornered, and he was cornered by Judge Hippler right in front of our very eyes.
I
acknowledge that to be true.
Yes.
However, even though you couldn't use an alternative perpetrator, their investigation was so bad, that there's no way you could have convinced 12 people that only one guy did this.
And that's true. That's very
my point. Your battle in court was so strong for the defense, yet he surrendered. And I'm sorry, that to me, I've been in these situations as a reformed criminal. And when you know you're beat, or you know that the outcome probably isn't going to be favorable to you, and you don't want to risk it all. Do you want to risk a 5-year sentence or a 25-year sentence? Like in my case, I took the 5-year. okay, which turned out to be parole, which turned out to be no jail time. I got lucky, right? But I took the plea. So I'm saying, when you've got to sit in that chair, and only you know what you did. We may never know who killed these poor young kids.
I am.
Right?
That's
And whether it was Brian or not, we're never going to know unless Brian comes out and tells us.
And that's where I'm at with it at this point. I have so one, so I can sleep better, and two, to stop the headaches that I get from this now. I have just very simply taken it to the point that it's either he did it or he didn't do it, and this is one hell of some kind of a crazy ass frame job. For whatever reason, something's being protected, or somebody's being protected in this case, and this guy is a patsy, and that's all there is to it. Or Brian Koberger did this. That's it. That's the only way I can look at this at this point.
So in other words, he did it or he didn't do it.
That's 100%.
Right?
That's where we're at. That's
where
we
started with, right? We're right where we
from
started.
Day one. That's what it's been from day one.
That's a major frustration for all of us.
Right. And that's why I said 5 days ago, I said, listen, folks, at this point, I don't care about Brian right now. Not to be mean, but I don't. Of course, I don't want to see somebody that I feel like could be innocent. I don't want to see him go to prison for the rest of their life, but I don't care about Brian. I want to know, and excuse the phrasing, but what the fuck happened here, and how this happened, and how this is okay, and how we're just supposed to sit here and go, okay, he did it, like the guilters do, because the police arrested him, because Bill Thompson said he did it, and because Judge fucking Hippler said that this is the way it is. I'm just supposed to accept that. I'm tired of that. It happened here. It happened in Delphi. It almost happened in Karen Reed's case. Enough is the damn enough. I'm just over it.
The system is corrupted. The system is corrupted to the point that the people that are actually the corrupt ones don't see themselves that way. They're so literally corrupt that they think what they're doing is exactly what they're paid to do, and they're superheroes for it. That's the problem with our justice system all over the country.
2 3/4 year just to get here to this.
I'm actually at the point now, you guys, with this so much, with everything I'm seeing, that I'm starting to think that Bill Thompson don't think he did it.
That's pretty much, that article pretty much proves that.
His interviews are so ridiculous. The things that he's saying, you're going, wait a minute, what? You are the one that pushed this for 2.5 years, and now you're saying, well, not really, or maybe not, or kinda. What the hell are you doing?
We didn't have that information. No, we never believed that at this point, and just
that's the rumor that was
everybody wrote surveys and that kind of schooling. Everyone wrote surveys like that.
Yes, every bit of that bullshit, and you're going, what?
That's what I mean. It's all.
But a month ago,
Thompson is probably saying he took a plea. Are you serious? He's going to take that plea deal we offered.
And I even said, the judge even looked kind of surprised when he took that plea. The judge even looked kind of like, okay.
Yeah. You know, that's kind of why I'm taking the position, because I've been in a criminal position many times. And when you personally know what you did, it gets exhausting. The kid's been in jail for 32 months. Everything he's trying to do to get himself out of this, which should produce results, is being destroyed in court.
Right.
Leaving you with an uphill battle that could then cost you your life. That's how I've come to the understanding of my own, for my own peace of mind, that the kid did it because he said he did it. Now, I know a lot of people don't like that, but that's really the most reasonable understanding of what we're seeing here, because right? He just didn't want to keep going and risk his own life. Why would a man do that? Because the man did it.
Well, and that's kind of another, my wife actually brought this up. She goes, you know, hon, with everything that we've seen, and because she watches in the background, she watches it with me. She watches it when she's working. She's followed it right along with me, and we talk about it at night. So with everything that we've seen happen, and at this point, she goes, and everything that is denied, thrown out, denied, she goes, why is he to believe, as the defendant, that when the jury gets seated, why would he believe that he's going to get this over on them as well, and that they're going to be able to prove these things to them if everything else is denied? So he probably, with the death penalty, you know, being on the table like that, figured, I don't have a chance. So let's just do this. And that's my wife's theory on this. And I said, that makes some sense. Okay.
That does make sense.
You know, and I said, I get it, hon. I said, and she goes, I know what you're going to say, because we go back and forth too about this. Same conversation that Sarge is having right now. She said, same thing to me. I said, and you know why I can't just accept it, because it just feels wrong to me. It just feels wrong, but I don't have a choice. I have to accept it.
There's no
Go ahead.
There's no proof. There's no proof he did anything wrong, or you know, none whatsoever that I've seen, that Bill Thompson has seen. There is no proof, and yet the man pleads.
Right. And real quick, MH, they're allowed to take a percentage of any money that goes into his account, but they have to leave him a small percentage for himself. They can't take it all. And that would be to pay. It's going to take him 420 years to pay that off. But if he makes
4 life sentences, maybe he can add on 20 years.
Right. 100. That's what I'm saying. So they're allowed to take up to a percentage of it, I read, but they have to leave him a percentage for his commissary and things like that to be able to survive.
He needs cash for his vegan food.
Right. They can't take it all. So that's the only answer I can give you from what I read.
I agree, as I always have. I've always said that this case should have went to trial, even if he did it, because it would show how piss poor the system is.
Of course.
And that he would, that people want to argue, oh, there's no way. I don't think the jury would have blah, blah. But look, the judge gives the jury instructions and tells you what the laws are and what the rules of evidence are. And you have to stick to that. And in this particular, like they did in the last Karen Reed case, right? So in this case, there was a burden on the state to show his presence at the home, because the DNA isn't enough, especially when there's multiple unidentified samples.
Mm-hmm.
So they had to be able to prove Brian's presence, and they were never going to be able to do that. So in my mind, this was an easy case, because everything that the prosecution could offer was exculpatory. It was inconclusive. It was an opinion. And so why Brian would have pled out, I just can't wrap my head around. He pled out because he was threatened or he was scared. I can easily wrap my head around he took a plea deal to save his own life because he did it. That does fit. Without any exculpatory ideas or conspiracy theories or coming up with backyard, you know.
That's straightforward.
Do you understand, Randy, why I come to that conclusion? It's circular logic. It doesn't mean it's right, but it's much more circular than suggesting the prosecution or someone's threatening his family or all these other strenuous things that people are placing on him. That doesn't, you can't make that circular logic go from the square that it is to a circle. So
do you think?
I don't want the kid to be the killer. I don't want any to have killed any of those kids. So, I mean, we disagree in some extent, but I think really when it comes to when you see why I've come to the point of view I have, it's not for anything more than it's just really hard to get my head around something I can't prove. I can't, and I'm an ex-criminal. Even if I did that or didn't do that, that would have been a fun trial for me.
So, Sarge, you think, okay, this guy, or let's say not you think, just in general. So Brian is guilty, and he's kept his mouth shut. He's trusting his defense, and all of a sudden they start getting all this shit going down. No, we're not going to this. No, Hitler goes no to that, no to that, no to that.
Mm-hmm.
And then he all of a sudden goes, fuck it. I'm caught, and I'm just going to admit to it so I don't get shot. Yeah, I see that. I can see that.
See, even Randy and I can get along.
No, it's what we're here to talk for. Yes.
Can't we all get along? No, I don't want people to think that I just threw up my hands and like, after he did it. There's a reason behind why I've come to that. That to me is a stronger circular.
It makes the most sense. It makes the most sense.
It's Occam's razor, right?
Yeah. Whatever that is.
Now, that doesn't, Occam's razor means usually the simplest explanation.
The simplest explanation is the answer.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. That doesn't mean the state didn't violate his rights. That's why I said, even if he did it, I wished he would have fought it and then got exonerated to show the American people just how stupid and inept and corrupt our system is. The American people deserve that kind of a slap in the face. We're the ones that don't do anything about it.
It is really one of the dumbest things I've ever seen done, truly. In a case anywhere near like this, it was one of the good night, WB, one of the stupidest things I've ever seen, because there is no there's no answer to this. I mean, yeah, there's an appeal process, sure, but it's like climbing a mountain with a piece of yarn. Okay. It's not something that is going to be easy by any means. Going through the trial, presenting everything in the trial. Now I had to wonder if there was discovery that was put forth. Okay. Now this was something that was sent to me in an email. Somebody said, "Do you ever wonder if maybe," that's how this started. And I read it, and I'm sorry I didn't respond to the person, but I've been thinking about it because it is interesting. With maybe she received some discovery, and there's some really, really damning information, not against Brian, in general, that it could be how did they put this? They could put people's lives in danger. That's within that discovery. And I said, well, I'm thinking that's interesting. It could be, and maybe it scared people into a situation, which is what cornered him. Granted, I'm not saying I feel that that's 100% what could be, but it was a thought that made me go, okay, maybe, yeah, I see that possibly. But mostly, none of this will ever make any sense other than he was involved or did it. Okay. Period. Unless he appealed.
It dawns on me. Do you know why so much of this was sealed?
I have my thoughts.
Catch why so much of it was sealed? Because you're seeing it as these documents are being released. You're hearing names and stories of different places, people, and things that you never heard before. Fair enough. And that's what was kept sealed.
Oh, yeah. And there's more. There's a lot more that's been redacted still. And
right. But my point is, if you look at the documents now that you're seeing that you never saw before, and the stories that you're now seeing that either confirm or add to a story that you thought was going on, you're seeing names, you're hearing about blood, you're hearing about guys with hands that were cut with a knife, you're hearing about
knives that are being found. Right.
You're hearing situations where there's other people that would be considered by the public as involved. And all of that was kept from us, rightfully or wrongfully. I think a lot of the sealing has a lot to do with what you're seeing pieces of now. Not so much, because I thought with that girl just sent you an email, I thought that myself.
Yeah.
However, I don't think that's likely listening to these interviews, because somebody would have said, no, Brian did it. There's an incontrovertible evidence that he did it, and we got the right guy. Not one person has said that.
Nobody has said that.
Even if the document is sealed, so long as they don't tell you what it is, I don't believe anybody wouldn't have come forward and made that statement on the prosecution side. If there's a piece of evidence that unequivocally shows he did it, there'd be somebody out there saying, we had this guy, he was going to get the death penalty at trial. Nobody's saying that.
No, they can't, because they don't have a case on this guy at all. And it's funny because in the interviews, and I know, listen, Brian is not super criminal. Okay. He's just not. But they're acting like in the interviews, like there's no way, like they're confused. Like, we don't understand this and we don't understand that. And this doesn't make sense. And there's no connection here and no connection there. And we don't see this or that. Anyway, they're themselves saying we don't get it without saying it, but they're still saying he did it. So, you know what I mean? If he did it, he sure is super criminal, in my opinion, because I don't know how the hell he did it. It just doesn't make sense.
I don't know how you could now let's go back and review some of the other things that are just a little strange. Remember, I've said this for a long time. Never an emotional outburst from this guy. Never an uncontrollable moment. Never an unscripted or a spontaneous interaction with his lawyer. Who could sit through this?
I mean, if he was told this is what you need to do because they're going to tear you apart, I could see it. But also the autism thing, I think, plays into some of that. A little bit of it.
He sounded pretty good when he talked to the microphone.
Well, no, that's fine, but I'm saying like the stoic, like staring and not speaking and stuff like that, and not reacting.
Yeah, I think his lawyer told him that.
Yeah, I think
be
she
that
said,
way.
because if he listen, Sergeant, you
Just
know
be
this as well as I
straightforward.
do. Yeah, if he were to get upset, smile, blink, sneeze, fart, whatever, the media is going to go nuts on him, and they're going to use it all against him and turn it into something else. And that's probably why he didn't move, blink, or anything the whole time, in my
But
opinion.
it's very, very rare that you can see a defendant do that.
I know
Yeah,
that's
how about
true.
during the witness impact statements, the way he acted,
He didn't move, blink, nothing.
like frozen.
And even and I agree with that.
Olivia.
Any other
was-
person, if it would have been me or you, Randy, or even Sarge,
Oh,
would have reacted in some way to that. Okay,
right? Because
A
if
tear
I'm
come down your cheek, a sniffle. See, this is what. So here's what I'm saying: is in hindsight, now that we have that, I think it's healthy for us to consider his guilt and then observe it from that particular perspective. Not looking at the evidence is showing us that, because the evidence doesn't. I agree. I mean, I was one of the guys out here for the whole time, laughing and calling him cracker claws, because the guy had shit. He had less than shit.
that's true. That's very true.
Right. So how do you reason his actions, this kid's actions? And if this is look at this is as mysterious as the crime itself. The ending to this is just as crazy and mysterious as the crime itself. And they all involve the same defendant.
Well, and that somebody else made a good point there. We said this the other day, which I think Witchy may have been the one that said the other day too, that if you don't have any kind of a connection to the victims or an emotional connection, if you had nothing to do with it, there may not be any kind of an emotional reaction to that. You know what I mean, Sarge? Because there is no connection. There's no what they're saying to you means nothing to you because that's not you they're talking about. That's kind of something that I can understand because, when somebody says stuff to me that wasn't true, it's like, okay, that wasn't me, but okay. So maybe that's part of it. I don't know. Breaking news: the suspect was arrested in the Devil's Den homicide. Thank you. Okay. Hang on.
I'm just saying it to have no emotional response. Like I've got a lot of, we live life, people pass away, blah, blah, blah. I like pets die. That stuff doesn't affect me. Like, I don't know how, I can't wrap my head around how people get so distraught over it.
Well, you're on the spectrum too. So maybe that's
it doesn't compute because to me, it's a logical conclusion to our existence, regardless of what you are, be it the flower in the field, the deer, the man, or the pet. That's the logical conclusion to life is death. So I don't get all effed up about it. It just never really affected me that way. And that may be in fact because I'm on the spectrum and I see things I try to find a circular logic to stuff and death is circular. It makes sense. It's normal. I mean, I don't like it, but I just, when you look at Brian in the context of could he be the perpetrator, and then just review what you've seen of him and his behavior and his actions are all pretty consistent through. I mean, super consistent. I've never seen anybody in 2.5 years never step out of character. And if that's who he is every day, all day, that's kind of chilling.
It is. I mean, I've seen people that have zero emotion for anything. I mean, if you don't, you don't. Everybody's is different too, but I mean, it's either that or maybe he is a sociopath. I don't know, but I don't see that because I can't see somebody that feels that way watching a woman fall out and then save her life at the same time. In my opinion, somebody that's that person is going to look at her and kind of step back, kind of like Dexter. If anybody knows the show from Dexter, that Dexter had no emotional connection to anything, okay? And he had to fake it. And that's what I'm saying. If you watch somebody fall out instead of saving their life, I could see you stepping back like it ain't my problem. But he did that. He saved somebody's life. So there's some kind of there's something in him that would make him want to do that, okay? That's all I'm saying. But I think the courtroom stuff, he was told to be that way. That was his best the best way for him to
your lawyer always tells you to sit there quietly, don't
Right.
make any expressions or
Right.
motions, and don't
But he's
speak up,
also
don't react. Go ahead.
he's also that type of person in general anyway, very quiet to himself, at least
Mhm.
so we're told. But so I can see him like not having a problem with that if in court, if that's the way Ann told him to. And
He
I'm
also
I'm
yeah,
no attorney, but if I was a defense attorney, that's exactly what I'd say.
he also seems to be like follows rules. Like again, when they asked him if he had anything to say, or did he decline, he said, "I respectfully," and he kind of stressed that too. "I respectfully decline, Your Honor." Okay. And when he stood up, that whole thing during the one hearing where he's standing and Hitler said, "You don't have to stand for this and that."
Right.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I mean, very respectful, all this kind of stuff. So I don't know if no, his father was not there. His mother and his sister were. I feel like he's like Mr. Follow the Rules type thing. People were trying to say he was ignoring his mom and his sister. Well, no, he knew he was not allowed to speak to them or anything. I'm pretty sure you're not even allowed to look at people in some aspect, as what he was told. And in turn, he didn't. But everybody's, of course, because that's how ignorant people are. He ignored his family. That's not what it was. So again, I feel like he follows the rules, and it's straight and narrow, and that could be why, and that he was told not to, and all that kind of stuff. Or
I think a little differently. I think that the stress. Let's just sit in the shoes of being the innocent, and regardless of your spectrum or not, and you're being accused of something you didn't do. Even Karen Reed was animated in different parts of that hearing.
Yeah,
she's a very well controlled individual, very professional individual, right? And yet you could see her move and squirm or look this way or that way or smile or give a frown. Brian did none of that ever. So that isn't a command he was following. He's showing you who he is.
That's your opinion as compared to my opinion, and I respect yours as well.
I think even Alan and others, especially when you're being accused of something
there it is.
Horrific.
Thank you, Kim. That's it right there. Sorry to interrupt you, Sarge.
What's that?
Alexithymia. That's what that's called, and it's part of it. It's part of the whole spectrum thing. I was trying to think for the past 25 minutes what the hell that's called. Alex, I can never say it right. I think I'm saying it correct. Alexithymia is what it is.
Yeah,
and it's that's what you do is what he did. So that's an actual thing, and I do truly believe, I remember reading part of that with the whole spectrum thing is part of that scenario. And like I said, everybody
could also play a role for someone's behavior during a murder.
It could be. I don't know.
Right. It would have to be applicable for both sides of the story, whether he didn't do it or did do it. It would be applicable through everything he did his whole life, right?
Very possibly, yes, sir.
Well, it would have to be if it was able to keep him quiet like that and stoic for 2.5 years.
Yeah, in that sense, yes, I agree with you.
In that sense, then you would have to see that person could be that stoic and that focused and concentrated in the midst of a crime.
Right.
And what I'm trying that's just kind of a hard thing because I know most people don't want to hear it. We all want to argue he's innocent, and I just look at it. If the kid is, let's see if he appeals, and if he is, let's fight for his innocence because there's no evidence to have put him there.
Right.
It's very irritating.
Do you think if he did do it, it had anything to do with the fact of what he's studying or what he was studying?
I mean, it could.
It would have to, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would think so, Sarge. Yeah.
Or it's either that, which still would relate to it, or it's something that as he was growing up, it was part of him and inside maybe. I don't know, but it definitely. Let me explain what this is for people that don't know what this is real quick. I still think I'm saying it wrong, but alexithymia is called also emotional blindness. It's a neuropsychological phenomenon characterized by significant challenges in recognizing, expressing, feeling, sourcing, and describing one's emotions. It is associated with difficulties in attachment and interpersonal relations. There is no scientific consensus on its classification as a personality trait, medical symptom, or mental disorder. Now, when I was reading on the way back when, the one article we read, this was mentioned in there about the ASD and the different levels of ASD and the different types of it. Okay. So this is something that could be wrapped in with that, is the way it wrote. It also says alexithymia occurs in approximately 10% of the population and often co-occurs with various mental or developmental disorders. It is present in 50 to 85% of individuals with ASD. So it could be, and it does look like that. If you've watched any videos on it or heard anything about it, it does look like that. Exactly what he did. So it could be that, or it's that he's a sociopath. Okay. So, difficulty in recognizing and discussing emotions may manifest. And this does sound like some of the previous interpretations of Brian's actions in the past. Discussing emotions may manifest as subclinical levels in men who conform to specific cultural norms of masculinity, such as the belief that sadness is a feminine emotion. This condition, known as normative male alexithymia, can be present regardless of sex. The term alexithymia was introduced by psychotherapists John Case Nemia and Peter Stepnios. So anyway, I'm not going to read through the whole thing because there's a lot. But anyway, that could explain that as well, because it is like I said, 50 to 85% of people with ASD do have that. So,
see, I think I have that to some extent. When a crisis takes place, the most amazing calm comes over me. And I don't care if you've been shot, if you car accident, you're choking. And I just go into a mode of, I don't even sense anything else around me.
I've known you for 3 years. I'm going to tell you, you do have it, Sarge. Just in verbal conversations and the stuff we've talked about, I know you have it. It's not a bad thing. I'm just saying.
A superpower.
Well, in a sense, yeah, because it doesn't allow you to. I'm the opposite of that person, by the way. Okay, because I'm super fucking emotional about everything. Have a good night, Moonlit. But yeah, and that's what I'm saying. The ability to do that, in a sense, would be a good thing to some aspects. So, hey, Bobby, good to see you.
I got to say this: if the kid doesn't appeal, I won't be surprised.
I think a lot of people. I don't think a lot of people think he's going to. I'm kind of questioning it myself. I'd like to see it happen, but I am definitely questioning whether he's going to do it. Bobby says, just a dumb thought. Is it possible that he knew Ann Taylor was going to get him off, and he told her he wanted to plead guilty so he could get firsthand conversation and research for his? Yeah. I wouldn't doubt that, because that's a good point, Bobby. Because when he was arrested, he wanted to sit down and talk to them about their experiences and things like that, rather than worrying about this. That's kind of strange, but yes, that's a funny point, but a good point, Bobby.
That's a good humorous point.
It is definitely 100%. I agree with that.
Well, and he's robbed us of the chance to put the justice system under a magnifying glass. That's the other thing too that we have to accept. By taking that plea deal, regardless of innocent or guilt, he's denied us, the public, to hold the people to account that made these felonious allegations against him.
Right. He gets to see it all, but we don't, and he gets to know it all. Well, other than the possible the other side of it. Right. And we never got to see or hear that in the trial, Vonda. So once again, Brian had diagnoses from as a young child with certain things, but we don't know. I just don't know. Oh, let me finish this up.
He made a confounding case even more confounding and irritating. And I think the biggest disservice he did was, first of all, taking the lives of the 4 people. And then the biggest disservice he did to the public is none of these felonious stories are ever going to be put under a microscope. And they all should have been. There was just, to me, guilty or innocent. There was just, I can't understand how a guy wouldn't take this case to trial.
Nobody does.
You all could be right. He could be innocent. He's just tired of fighting, and he doesn't want to make a spectacle of himself to the public. And he just said, "Screw it, they're going to get me anyway."
Right.
I mean, that's possible, right? He could just be giving up because he doesn't see a way that he's going to win. And even if he does win, what kind of a life is he going to have? There's a lot of reasons to try to see it. He took the plea even though he's innocent. I mean, there's a million reasons why you could see it that way. But you can never ignore the reason is that he did do it. That has to be, to me, that jumps to the front of the line in connection with how simple it looks like this case could have been won.
That's the hardest part to take is how easily I think, because I even remember back before when I thought, you were up here before talking about you thought that a jury was going to see this and he was going to be exonerated, blah, blah, blah. And I said, I don't know about that, so on and so forth. Well, towards the end here, I absolutely full-heartedly believed with you that a jury would have found him innocent at this point. But
because it was just nothing. Here's the worst part. Not only was there nothing putting him there, but the police put themselves and others there. Yet you couldn't observe Brian. In other words, if you could see kids out by that house and you could identify someone with blonde hair and you could identify him near what you thought was a tan car and the DoorDash driver could, all of these identifications, which are clear, right? And some of them are different people giving you the same stuff, but none of them could ID Brian or his car. You had no case against this kid, none. You see, what you can show as a defense attorney is the capacity to produce verifiable data on everything except Brian. In order for it to be Brian, you have to believe a mirrored image. You have to believe a headlight. You have to believe a guess. You have to believe whatever they tell you in other words, nobody can tell you that Brian had blonde hair, brown hair, green hair, red hair. But we know there was a blonde seen by both a policeman and a DoorDash driver, right? So my point is the case was so imminently built. The reasonable doubt was so extensive. So you could show Brian Kohlberger's transfer DNA at the crime scene, but there's also 4 to 6 other samples that were never searched. So there was just nothing you could have get. I never ever believed that this kid couldn't win a trial, and yet he pled guilty to the crime.
That's the absolute enigma wrapped inside of a mystery type scenario going on in everybody's minds with this right now. And there's still people that just absolutely have never faulted saying he did it and never will. And I will say, though, that I've seen a lot of guilters that I knew were guilty that are going, wait, after reading these reports that are going, what the hell? I still think he did it, but what the hell? How is that? That's, and that's my biggest issue, like I said, is the investigation or lack thereof and all the issues with that as well.
There was a case that they could have made that wouldn't have identified any particular perpetrator. In other words, you didn't need an alternative perpetrator. What you needed was evidence that provided the argument that alternative perpetrators were involved without identifying them, right?
Right.
And there was an abundance of that. An abundance. They couldn't hide from the fact that they got a bad refrigerator and samples went bad. You just couldn't hide from that.
Right.
And then, so when the defense, when they were trying to build a case of reasonable doubt, they didn't have to solve the case. They didn't need to say Jack Showalter or they didn't need anybody's name at all. They could have brought up, wasn't one of the people close to the known suspects in your investigation? Did you not find blood in their apartment? We did. Did you test it? No. So it's really irritating to me that this case didn't go to, it's more mind numbing than he pled guilty. Although that's why we're not going to trial.
Agreed.
All right, I'll be quiet and play out the rest of this. These cops are a joke. They seem like nice guys, but
who knows what it is anymore? But what they're saying, it's just as you're hearing more and more of what they're saying, you're getting angry with it. Like, then why? You know what I mean?
Why did you let the public frame that picture of a victory picture with his thumb up when you knew there were many, many more of them?
Exactly. All of that kind of stuff. The whole bit of propaganda that's been run through this entire thing. Why did you allow that if you knew that wasn't true?
Right. You told the public that he went to school just to do this event.
Right.
The whole reason he took the higher education was so that he could become a killer.
That's right. They needed all that kind of stuff.
but everything he did was consistent with every other person and that was studying the field that he was in. So
Right.
are you saying all those people are going to be murderers?
That's what it sounds like. That's how I took that. And they had to make that statement, though, to correct that, because if not, that's what people would think. You know that. That's a great question, too, Annie. Did they ever locate Ethan's apartment and check it at all? And because there is no report about that. I doubt it, because they've done so many other things like that were incomplete. So, yeah.
And now you know why the plea deal didn't require him to identify the location of the knife.
Because he didn't have it, Sarge. He had no idea where it was, in my opinion. And I think they knew that when they put the deal together. They knew that that's why I believe that was not made part of the plea deal, because I think they knew that he couldn't answer any of those questions. But they still pushed this through. That's what I don't get. Okay. That is what I don't understand. And who knows if that'll ever come out? Who knows if somebody will come out that was working with the prosecution and say, listen, we really didn't think he did this, but this is what we were supposed to do. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised. That's all I'm saying.
Well, again, remember in the beginning, I talked about tunnel vision. The entire case was built on tunnel vision. They got his name and they did everything they could to connect that name to the crime.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like you said 6 months, a year ago, why does it have to be him? And they even just said, because she asked them that one thing you brought up about, do you guys believe that this was the first time he ever did this? Do you think he committed any other murders before? And he absolutely said, no, we don't. Not at all. There's nothing to point to that. And I was like, I'll be damned. So, okay. That makes it worse to me.
But can I just say that it's the power and everything that we're seeing now that I fall to the side that his admission is because he did it.
And
it makes more sense than anything else for me, because there was such an imminently winnable case that just fatigue and wanting to get on with his life, knowing that he did it, it was just easier to do it this way.
Well, considering that everything they reached for, they couldn't reach it every time. And it probably felt there's no other option at this point. So, yeah, I can see that. And I agree with that to an extent.
If I was his lawyer, I wouldn't have let him done that. If I was his lawyer, there had to have been a way to go after Judge Hippler. You can't deny an alternative suspect theory when you've got multiple DNA sources. Whether I identify them or not is even important.
There still may be. That could be part of what this is. Who knows? But I'm not gonna bet on my cards on it. So, all right, let me run this real quick and get this over.
They had 10,000 jurors they were going to pull from for people commenting about the jury.
And I think that is a reasonable conclusion. Consumed. I wanted to ask you, the president of Donald Trump cares about the victims in this case, and he has spoken out twice now about the families, the victims. Has he contacted anyone in Idaho at all that you know of about this case and his concern?
No, not that I'm aware of.
No, not that I'm aware of. And yeah, somebody said that he had commented something the other day, and I thought they were joking, but apparently he did.
Mm-hmm.
But no, nothing that we know personally.
Right. Do you know at all if the Department of Justice has reached out for any of your files? Because he did travel from Washington to Idaho to commit the murders. He ordered the knife on Amazon through interstate commerce. He did allegedly stalk the home. That was a working theory, right? For months before. There are federal crimes in that area. Has there been any communication? It's only been a few days, but.
Not for the Department of Justice, other than through the FBI, who's been a fantastic partner with us the entire time. They literally opened anything that we needed. And it was a phenomenal resource, and we could not thank them enough for all of their efforts.
I saw that, and I'm sure the partnership was so tremendously valuable. When they started the investigative genetic genealogy, which really is at the forefront of stopping crimes from continuing to happen. They were fast on that. They got you that name. What was that like when you did get that name?
Well, it was, I'll let Darren take that one, but.
Yeah, it was incredible. We received a call that evening from them, and they told us that they had some information for us and said that they had a name and provided the name. And I think we were all in disbelief, because you've worked so hard and went through so much to that point, and then to just like that have a name. So yeah, it felt surreal, and disbelief and all those emotions, but that's only very quick and momentarily, because then we have a name. So then we start a whole new bit of work, and we start diving into this name and who he is. And so there was just never much time to really think about anything, because we were just consistently moving on. So
Genetic genealogy as that investigative tool, that tip, do you find it indispensable in today's day and age?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Tip.
With the Idaho State Police, we have a contract with Othram Laboratories in Texas, and the work that they do, it's incredible. They're solving crimes that are 40, 50 years old, that we would never have any closure or be able to solve those. And so that and the FBI is doing the same, and it's unbelievable. It's a phenomenal tool.
Yeah. Are the students here in Moscow, are they safe now?
Yes, our community is safe.
Do you have any concern of copycat artists or anything that could, as the judge say, want their 15 minutes of fame?
We at the Moscow Police Department, and so did Lieutenant Gilbertson when he joined the Idaho State Police, we swore an oath to protect our communities from any and all threats. And so, although this case will always be a part of our history, and quite frankly, one that I'm proud of the work that we did, it doesn't change the fact that we continue to do the same job that we signed up to do.
Yes, Bobby.
Day in, day out, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We have officers out there doing the work, keeping the community safe.
Good point, Andy.
Good officers that were hanging out around the crime scene, didn't hear a single thing wrong. Boy, those are the kind of police I want around my drug den.
Well, that's the chief now. Dollinger was a captain when it happened, but now he's the chief. That's another question. Why did all these guys, I'm not saying that it means anything, but they all retired. A lot of them transferred to other departments, quit their jobs when this all went down. I wonder why. I mean, if you're doing everything the right way, you should be proud of what you're doing, in my opinion. Annie just said, if the work is so incredible and they are solving crimes with it, why didn't Ellie use it in this case to arrest the defendant? Good point. Good point.
It's all, and the IGG is called a tip. That wasn't a tip. They violated the constitutional freedoms of Americans by getting his name that way.
That is a fact.
That will not get tested now. There'll be no argument or fight for that.
That is a fact.
Unreal. Yeah, I don't. What is there, 42 days left before his appeal?
I think we're down to 36 or 37 at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what basis he's going to appeal this on. Because I don't know. I really don't know. Some of those judges' rulings were very suspicious, in my opinion. And I don't know that you couldn't have done anything until after trial. That then you would call the judge's behavior into question. But I think that's going to be harder. I don't know. Maybe you can make the argument that it was those opinions that drove you to make that plea.
That was another thought too, as a possibility. Who knows? I mean, there's a few different ways I think it can be approached, but will it do any good? I don't know. It very well could not.
Well, when you say ineffective counsel, if you want to come and make that argument, I think Ann may even agree with that.
Agreed. Yeah.
And her argument may be based on the overwhelming amount of evidence and the very limited amount of time, the slow, dragged out discovery.
Ineffective assistance of counsel. Yes. Like
Yeah.
she didn't have that with them. MH says real quick, I'm just going to throw this out there and hide in a corner. There is some evidence that he did it. He can't produce a knife he purchased. Technically, his DNA is on sheath. He has no provable alibi. Well, I mean, that we know of with that alibi thing, because we never were presented with any of the rest of that information. Those things, yes, MH, I understand, could be seen as probable, but at the same time, we also don't know the opposing side to that either. We don't know that they don't have that knife already. We don't know that, and not to mention the 52 other knives that are popping up all over the place. They very well could have that knife in custody. Okay, and we don't know. I know that sounds ridiculous, but that was talked about earlier on.
They did get a knife that they found in his house that they never identified. They called it
non-descriptive. That's it. And everything
it could have been a K-bar. It could have been a hunting knife.
Right.
I mean, just because you have a K-bar sheet doesn't mean it won't hold a regular hunting knife.
You could put many other knives in there. Yes, sir.
Right. I don't know.
When counsel notifies the court they will be ineffective at trial and ask for continuance, and the court denies the motion forcing counsel to be ineffective, that is a violation of his rights. Yes, it is. And there's, like I said, many of the reasons that he could do this. It's because they deleted the DNA work and could never lay a foundation to get it admitted, and that would ultimately be suppressed, further poisoning other evidence. Good point, Mallory. Good point.
They did say no appeal, good trouble, but there's the Constitution of the United States that overrides the state, and there are things that you can't deny him.
Yeah, he has. There's never you never have no ability to appeal. They said that themselves. So that's what I was reading earlier with that he can appeal it. For those specific, if his 16th Amendment was violated, he can appeal that. If they feel that there was judicial misconduct, they can appeal that. If they feel that there was prosecutorial misconduct, they can appeal that. They can't appeal on the basis of what he said at the end of about the sentencing, or about the
well, they'd have to get the reversal of the plea deal through inadequate counsel,
right?
Inefficient counsel, and then a new trial would have to be laid out.
Exactly, right.
And then I would seek a new judge or a different jurisdiction again.
And that alone could be a good reason to do what he did, but at the same time, that's very hard to get to that point. It's not that easy.
Paco Jewel 27 said what I've heard was there, and I saw it in documents. There were cops that were circling 1122 over and over again.
They said it in their own reports that they were the ones driving around. So how did they allow that to go through? Because we know that there's police logs that shows what they did. They said it in their report, and nobody said a word. They just kind of let it keep going. It's stupid.
I was over in Lana's, and that 417 time came out in the documents that she was going over right out of Bethany's mouth. So did the dog barking for 30 minutes from 417 forward.
Right.
And that's just, to me, the most frustrating thing. To me, that denotes an unarguable. There's no way a jury would. How could you not accept it as reasonable doubt that the crime didn't start till 417? At a moment where Mr. Koberger could not have been involved, in as much as they claimed the vehicle that he was in drove away at 4:20 a.m.
Yeah.
In other words, the reasonable doubt in this case was just, it was it was like a barn door wide open. And he didn't allow her to go through it. That's why I find it hard to accept completely that he's innocent. He did this for other reasons. I hope I'm wrong, but I see his plea deal as acceptance of his own crime. It's just hard not to.
Now, the rest of this here, guys, I'm going to read this to you real quick. This is stuff that Thompson said that completely, it's not all of it, but it says, just days after sentencing in the most closely watched, scrutinized case of Bill Thompson's decades-long legal career, he acknowledged that prosecuting Brian Koberger, and this is kind of important to hear, who pled that prosecuting Brian Koberger, who pleaded guilty to murdering 4 University of Idaho students, may not have been possible if the killer had not left his DNA at the crime scene. Meaning
the other DNA.
Right. That he didn't talk about that, but I'm just telling you.
I know.
There's one statement right there that says they had nothing else on him. Okay, so that the 2.5 years that we're listening to, just wait, there's something, they got something big, it's gonna blow your mind. They didn't. There wasn't nothing. Okay. And he says that without that critical piece of evidence, Thompson told the statesman in a phone interview that the state could have struggled to bring charges, let alone make an arrest of its only suspect.
See, and this is really the chaos of the entire case. Go ahead.
Right. From our perspective as prosecutors, the DNA was critical to the strength of the case for trial purposes. And I don't trust the DNA at all either. So to me, that means nothing. Thompson said after sentencing, lead investigator Moscow PD Corporal Brett Payne expressed confidence that law enforcement would have ultimately arrived at Koberger, bullshit, who drove his white Hyundai Elantra to commit the stabbings with a large fixed blade knife. James Fry, former Moscow PD, told the statesman the same, although he admitted that the timeline likely would have extended by as much as several months before an arrest. They had nothing on him. There are a lot of white Hyundai Elantras out there, Thompson said, but if they stuck with it, eventually they would have found Mr. Koberger's car and made that preliminary connection. I don't believe that at all. It was there 20,000 plus. No, you wouldn't have. It wasn't until investigators confirmed the paternal DNA match from trash retrieved, which we know this is a lie, folks, at Koberger's parents' home that the longtime Latah County prosecutor said he and his team felt that they had the evidence needed to seek an arrest warrant, and trying to prove Koberger's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt without the link through his DNA found on a leather knife sheath. In addition to no known motive and no murder weapon could have been insurmountable at trial. Once again, he's admitting we had nothing, folks.
He had nothing. Never did.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, said Thompson in his 33rd year as the North Idaho County elected prosecutor. We didn't have to make that decision, meaning he didn't have to do his job. Okay. Koberger was sentenced last week to 4 consecutive life terms in prison after he reached a plea deal to avoid death penalty. He has no chance of parole and also waived his ability to appeal. The 4 fatal stabbing victims were U of I graduates. We know that Madison Mogan, both 21, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, both 20. The 3 women lived in the off-campus home in Moscow with 2 other female roommates, while Chapin was Kernodle's boyfriend who slept over for the night. A number of questions remain in a case that generated international attention, including for Thompson, who was involved from the investigation's first day. Before then, he'd not before visited that home or college neighborhood in Moscow, he said, but he stands behind the resolution of the case, which led to his putting off retirement. Bullshit.
Correct.
Right. As an example of what's still a mystery is the order of the 4 victims' deaths is not entirely clear. Wow. But in the documents, they're telling us that Maddie and Kaylee were killed and then Xana and Ethan were killed. Why are they questioning that still then? And again, they said they have no known target. The house is the target again. I've never seen an investigation done like this in my life, you guys. But he and the investigators believe Gonsalves or Mogan may have been Koberger's intended target. He believes that because it appears he entered through the home and immediately went to the 3rd floor where the attacks occurred. But we don't know that.
No. I still say that. Oh, can I?
Go ahead. But I still think Xana and Ethan were the targets.
Now we know what the thud was. It wasn't a thud. They lied to us. It was a bang.
Oh, the flashbang thing. Yeah. Right.
That was a gun going off.
Yeah,
that's my bottom dollar. That was a discharge of a gun.
Well, it's one of 2 things. It's either a flashbang grenade or it's a gun. So which one makes more sense?
Grenade. I don't know why they would use that, but for her to see it downstairs for a flash, somebody was on that bottom floor. Somebody had something associated with entry or exit of that 1st floor
Which
at
says there's
Bethany
more,
Door.
more than one person, in my opinion.
More
in
than
what-
one person. And what she saw light up under her door with a bang, that probably was at 417, where they claimed they heard a thud.
Exactly. Not at all, Robert. Not at all. I'm glad you were here. I'm sorry I didn't see you say you were leaving until later. But yeah, exactly, Sarge. That makes perfect sense. But once again, it clearly states to me that there's more than one person in that home, but they're not going to say that because it doesn't fit their case. And
Honestly,
go ahead.
I think Brian could have made a deal. I think he could have made a deal with a defense team to get royalties from any particular movies or books or anything that came out after the case was heard at trial. You see?
Yeah.
No, a taser won't light up like she's describing. A bang and a flash of light coming under her bedroom door. The taser would have had to been down on the floor in front of her door.
A taser, either way,
don't light up like that.
A taser doesn't make a bang either. It just clicks. You're not going to hear a bang from a taser.
Yeah, and it's repetitive and real fast. You can't just turn it. Go.
Yeah.
No, that to me sounds exactly like a gunshot.
Right.
And it's funny because it was at about the time of the thud, the dog barking,
and
that would have sent the dog off.
And
right?
whoever, yes, and if it's true that they saw somebody walking out holding something, that could be a gun.
How the cops describe that as a thud, not a bang.
Well, based on what they heard on that audio, it could have been muted too, Sarge. That could be why.
Because it had to travel through the house, but
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Would have muted it a little bit. And as alleged by Goncalves' older sister at sentencing, Koberger may have used a second weapon in the murders. Her injuries included a horizontal pattern, but that didn't break the skin and weren't fatal. Thompson said there were injuries that appeared to have been caused by something other than the knife, although it could have been the knife, Thompson said, relying on the assessment of the medical examiner in Spokane, Washington, who conducted the autopsies. I don't think we can exclude the possibility that there was an additional weapon involved.
There's another problem for them. See, I mean, everything that we always assessed is absolutely what he's admitting to now.
After the fact, right? And they got him now. It doesn't matter. They don't care. But he shared generally that the toxicology results for the 4 victims would have not been before been released showed varying levels of alcohol intoxication and no evidence of any illegal drug use at all, Thompson said. Which, okay, I'm sorry, but there was a pile of blue powder sitting in Xana's room on a desk or table with a rolled up $2 bill next to it. So either she hadn't ingested it.
Where'd you see this?
It was in the reports we read. They found in her room a pile of blue powder with a $2 bill rolled up next to it on a table in her room.
Huh. Blue powder. What could that be? Meth?
I think it's Adderall, because Adderall, it was stated in another report that her and Ethan both like to use Adderall, and the thing for kids to do nowadays is to crush
Molly
it up.
meth always around. That drug, that $2 bill, and that YouTube driver, not YouTube, but that DoorDash driver all seem to be
That's what I said. Maybe that's what she was delivering. You know what I mean?
Somebody had said something that I was doing something here. And here's the thing: it's unavoidable when we've done what we've done for 2.5 years to not see these discrepancies, and see how they connect into the daisy chain of the statements they released to the public. It's like these, like I said the whole time, this whole case was fucked up from the floor up. There's just nothing made sense. Even the DNA doesn't make sense.
Nope, not even close.
We'll never know. Was that a brass button or was it a stainless steel button?
No, we won't.
It's a shame.
Well, truly, I know what you guys are saying about it's not illegal because it is a prescription. But if it's not your prescription and it's not your, you know what I mean, that would have been listed. So that's probably why it wasn't listed in the toxicology. If it was,
you say they were very low. No, there was any illegal drug use at all. And there's the key word.
That's what it is.
So
it's not illegal.
Right.
And
I also like that DoorDash driver was on that interview. I mean, you guys want to see more evidence that just is exculpatory, which she claims, I'm a witness in the murders. I saw Brian Koberger at the house. When she was saying that at the police station after she was arrested, which completely contradicts the testimony that she gave.
Yeah, she never
in
saw
a
him.
transcripted. No, she saw a guy in blonde hair.
She
But
saw.
my point is that witness was such a bad witness.
Of course.
Right? And there were no witnesses. There was no family involvement. All these guilters running around for 2.5 years. His sister called the police on him. No,
Nope. That's all been stated as wrong now.
Everything that was put out there in the public has been a lie.
Every
it's
bit of
illegal
it.
if it's not your name, but it's not an illegal substance in and of itself, is it?
No, it's not. That's why they didn't put it in there, I'm guessing. It's not illegal to use, but they're talking in general like meth or cocaine or something like that, I'm guessing. So that's what that meant. Also, it says, oh, wait a minute here. And alleged, oh, I already read that. There were injuries that appeared to have been caused by something other than a knife. Right, I read that too.
Yeah, you read the
Autopsy reports are confidential in Washington, he noted. But we shared generally that toxicology results for the 4 victims, which have not been before released, showed varying levels of alcohol. And I read that too. Just 2 of the 4 victims, Gonsalves and Kernodle, had defensive wounds, he said. Among the people police interviewed during the investigation was a woman who drove for the food delivery service DoorDash, brought an order of Jack in the Box to Kernodle at about 4 a.m., the morning of the murders. After an unrelated traffic stop in September 24, she told Pullman police that she expected to testify and believed that she saw Brian, and he had parked right next to him, which is bullshit now we know. Thompson confirmed her identification and said prosecutors intended to call her as a witness, and had there been a trial, but only to help establish the timeline of the murders. Based on neighborhood video surveillance footage, the woman did not come across Koberger or his car, he said. Instead, she likely saw a light-colored SUV, Payne wrote in a redacted but now public police report after he interviewed the driver 10 days following the homicides. So that would have made the prosecution look completely stupid if they'd have put her on a stand.
Well, that woman would have been destroyed by what she did in the police barracks.
Absolutely, 100%. The vehicle in person she saw, she thought might be the killer, is not Mr. Koberger. Thompson said that was a different vehicle. Different
paragraph is key.
Do what?
This paragraph is key. Keep reading.
Oh, yeah, big time. The vehicle in person she saw that she thought might be the killer is not Mr. Koberger. Thompson said that was a different vehicle, a different person at a slightly different time from what the investigators were able to see from the security video. See?
Hold on.
The only person to see Koberger that morning was Dylan Mortensen, one of the 2 surviving roommates. She told police that she opened the door to her second floor bedroom and saw a man clad in black, wearing a mask over his nose and mouth with bushy eyebrows, who walked toward the second floor sliding glass door carrying a container of some kind. Investigators still don't know what Koberger had in his hands, but Mortensen's recollection of the events was consistent over several interviews, Thompson said. She also reported that the man in the home, later identified as Koberger, saw her after killing her roommates but left anyway.
Can you? I want you to go back up. Go back up.
Yeah.
1, 2. Okay. No, where I said that the vehicle and the person that she saw, she thought might be the killer, is not Koberger. That was a different vehicle, a different person, at a slightly different time. Okay. That shows you that she wasn't there, that the timeline that they're giving us based on her testimony can't be accurate.
Right.
Because they then went and followed up and found this to be a real person in a real SUV.
Exactly.
So whatever she saw has nothing to do with the 4 a.m. delivery. She was there after that time as well.
She also claims that she was walking her dog. So you're delivering DoorDash and walking your dog, and that you were at your friend's house that is right around the corner.
And she drove around that area. We don't even know what kind of car she drove that night, do we?
It was a gray Subaru something, I think, but that's all they said. Yeah, in the report, that's what they said.
So it was a car, something similar to an Elantra?
No, not even close, Sarge. It's it's like a station wagon, gray station wagon type thing.
All right.
But not you couldn't mistake it for an Elantra by any means.
Okay.
Where was I?
But her whole testimony was it's just soup of bullshit.
It's garbage. Yes, it's garbage. And it would have completely, it would have went in his favor. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah.
Investigators still don't know what Koberger had in his hands, but Mortensen's recollection of the events was consistent with several interviews. That's not true either. Thompson said she also reported that the man in the home. Yeah, I read all that already. Sorry. From what Dylan described, I have a hard time imagining that the killer did not see Dylan. Thompson said at that point, he'd been in the house probably longer than he planned, and he had killed more people than he planned. See, that statement right there is interesting to me too. He killed more people than he planned. Okay. It wouldn't surprise me, or wouldn't surprise us that the killer was scared at that point and decided that they had to leave, not knowing if law enforcement already had been called. That's a good point.
You know, on that statement too, though, the whole problem with that assessment is, then why did he go to the second floor to the front bedroom? In other words, this also suggests that there was that Zana confronted the killer. There has to be something in here to make that kind of, and that brought her back to that room for whatever reason. And for him to make a statement like that he killed more than he planned doesn't fit if she didn't confront him somewhere between the third floor and her bedroom. Do you follow me?
Right. Yeah.
Because he went from what we're told, the third floor to the second floor and killed 4 people. So how could that be more than he planned? Unless there was a confrontation between Zana and him, which makes sense with the wounds that she has.
Of course.
And then that begs the question. Mortensen didn't hear that.
She should have, because it's right down the hall from her. Right.
No, it would have been right in front of her doorway. The guy had to come down the stairs. If she, you know what, my point is, where did this woman, were there blood? I don't know, man. It's such a fucked up case.
Don't forget.
Makes no sense.
Right. Don't forget, Sarge, that he also had time to clean up after all that too. That's what they were saying as well. So
except for all the walls and the puddles on the floor and the blood all over the victims, and he didn't get any on himself. He didn't get scratched. He didn't get cut. He didn't get bruised. But these 2 women fought back to the extent that they could receive 30 plus wounds to themselves from a big hunting knife. And yet left not a mark on the guy. And the guy takes a picture. Listen, that's what I'm saying. I can't imagine that their evidence does not show Koberger as the perpetrator. I agree with that. I always have.
Not at all. Right. Good night, Tandy.
But
absolutely.
It's even worse now that they're telling their story. I don't even want to hear it.
Oh, big time, big times. Powerful doesn't come close to a strong enough word to describe how that felt. The strength that Dylan showed, the pain that she has been suffering, Thompson said, everything that she shared and talked about is so honest and so sad. We were very proud of her for being able to do that. Thompson initially said the prosecution intended to call as witnesses at trial 2 members of Koberger's immediate family. The defense won a ruling from Judge Stephen Hippler to allow his parents and 2 older sisters to attend the entire trial if they chose. Thompson and his team considered calling Koberger's older sister Amanda, and either his mom or mother or father. Koberger's parents attended his plea hearing earlier this month, while his mother and Amanda were present for his sentencing. Both of them cried during victim statements. That's his sister and his mother right there. In the end, had the murder trial moved forward, prosecutors settled on calling none of them, Thompson said.
They could offer nothing. They could offer nothing that would pertain to the crime.
Because they weren't going to do it anyway. Good night, Jody. Have a good night, dear. Yeah, that's what I think possibly too, Bobby. Or maybe Kaylee confronted them and screamed, someone is here, and chased her upstairs when she heard what was going on downstairs with Xana is what I think happened, truly, yeah. Hey, Marty, good to see you. As we continue to review them as potential witnesses, we decided that they just simply weren't the best witness to show what was going on. He said the parents were understandably protective of their son, and the sister really didn't seem to have anything specific that she could contribute. So that kills that statement where everybody said she called and told on him.
And didn't we all assess during that time that the whole reason Thompson was doing this was to keep his family out of the courtroom to make him look even more guilty to the jury?
Yes, of course.
Right? That was the game that sycophant fucking played, and he failed at that particular game. But that was his motive. The family, what the hell are they going to say?
Nothing. They're not. They were there to defend their child and their brother. That's it.
Yeah.
Support, not defend. Support. But yeah, there was nothing, and that's one more of those rumors that was made up by guilters and anybody else that
mainstream media, the leakers, the Gonzalez
media,
family.
yeah, wasn't true. Again, there's proof right there. There's so much of that out here through this case. It's nuts. Those family members were interviewed by investigators in January of 24, according to Moscow. They also spoke with law enforcement immediately following the raid and arrest of Koberger at his parents' home in Pennsylvania in late December of 22, which included a search warrant for a variety of Koberger's belongings. None of what they shared was substantively incriminating during those discussions, which Thompson called casual conversation. To the extent that you have casual conversation with the police when the police execute a search warrant in the middle of the night, he said. Meaning that nobody understood why they were doing it. They just had, hey, what's this all about type talk. Taken from the home were dozens of items, according to the Pennsylvania search warrant return record, including several academic textbooks, several knives, a handgun, notes from Koberger to his parents, and ID cards inside box. Which, again, none of that was able to prove anything against Brian because it was never talked about again. The two ID type cards were of two women who were former coworkers or acquaintances of Koberger's from several years earlier. Thompson said at least one of them was from when he worked as a part-time security officer at the Pleasant Valley School District. Koberger graduated from the district's high school, and his parents also previously worked in the district. Both of the individuals were contacted by investigators. Thompson said they don't know how Mr. Koberger ended up with those items, and they had not been harmed or threatened or anything themselves. They probably got left there by accident or in something like that, and they made it a big deal back then, and now it's no big thing, as always. What investigators never recovered, either in Pennsylvania or at Koberger's graduate student apartment in Pullman, was the knife sharpener that he bought on Amazon in March of 22 when he bought the K-bar knife and sheath, Thompson said, and they never found the knife used in the murders. And see, that right there, Sarge,
is what I said the whole time. They found a K-bar at his parents' house. That's exactly what that says without saying it. Read it slowly.
Well, what I was going to say was about the sharpener, but okay.
No, read what that says.
It says what
they couldn't find the sharpener.
What I know, that's what I was trying to. I have a reason why I was saying it. What they never recovered, either in PA or at his graduate student apartment in Pullman, was the knife sharpener that he bought on Amazon in March of 22 when he bought the K-bar knife and sheath, Thompson said, and they never found the knife used in the murders. So, to me, because they didn't find a sharpener, I'm guessing he bought that and gave it away to somebody else, folks.
No, you're going down the wrong path with that, brother.
That's what I'm thinking.
That sharpener is irrelevant. That sharpener tells you they found the K-bar. Read the sentence.
I read it twice. It doesn't tell me that at all.
It does too, because it tells you that they couldn't find the sharpener when he bought the K-bar knife and sheath, meaning that would say, why doesn't it say they couldn't find the sharpener, the K-bar, or the sheath? Doesn't say that. It says they only couldn't find the sharpener, which would lead any sensible person to understand that they did find a sheath and a K-bar knife. And Thompson said they never found the knife used in the murders, which would exclude Koberger's knife.
Because they're insinuating that the sheath was what was at the scene. That's why they wouldn't be finding it there.
But they're not saying they didn't find his knife. That's the whole power of that paragraph.
I know that, but I'm saying the way they wrote this is it's an insinuation that the knife was used in the murders. They didn't find that, and that the sheath was on scene, and that's what they found. That's how I read it.
No, but you're not reading. That's what I'm trying to point out. You're not reading it right. Read it very slowly. Let me read it. When the investigators never recovered, either in Pennsylvania or Koberger's apartment in Pullman, was the knife sharpener he bought on Amazon in March 2022 when he bought the K-bar knife and sheath. Thompson said And they never found the knife used in the murders. He's not saying that they did not recover a K-bar knife belonging to Brian Koberger. He's not saying that at all. Quite the
I
contrary.
know that. Right.
He's avoiding making that statement, which ties to the evidence list, where they have a knife listed with no identification.
Well,
this
then
to me is in support of my analysis that knife was a K-bar.
That could be it. That could be it. Yes.
Well,
I was just reading.
Why would you point out you didn't find? Why wouldn't you say you didn't find his knife? Why would you say you didn't find his sharpener? It should say we didn't find a sharpener, sheath, or a knife. Then that would conclusively say that whatever he bought is now gone. That's not what that paragraph says. It focuses only on the fact they couldn't find the sharpener, which leads you left to understand, or at least to draw from that they did find a K-bar. Fair enough?
It could, yes, sir.
Well, I can't imagine how a K-bar was used. Why would they avoid saying they didn't find it if they did find it? And how, if you did find it, do you want to keep it from the public knowing you found a K-bar? Would be exactly the way that is written. It should say that they found none of those items, but that is not what it says.
It definitely should say it clearly, yes.
And because they're obfuscating, it made me jump to that search warrant where they listed knife, and then they listed folding knife.
Indescript knife, yeah.
Right. It just simply was the word knife. Anyway.
At trial, however, prosecutors intended to present a K-bar knife and sheath to the jury for demonstrative purposes. Thompson said investigators replicated what the Amazon purchase records showed that Mr. Koberger had done, he said. If the defense had not contacted the prosecutors about a plea deal, Thompson said he was confident in their evidence to obtain a conviction of Koberger on 4 counts of first-degree murder. He and his team had no hesitation about seeking the death penalty, he said. Our thought is that this case is on track for trial. And if that's where it goes, that's where it's going to go, Thompson said. And we're going to do our best job to present everything that we believe is legally relevant to help the jury make that decision. Thompson has received criticism mainly from the Gonsalves family, but also from Kernodle's father for striking a deal with the defense that bypassed trial and possible death sentence for the man who murdered their daughters. Thompson said he doesn't hold strong personal feelings about the death penalty, recognizes it is the will of the people in the state through Idaho legislature, and does accept it all at face value. He doesn't like the death penalty, folks. He doesn't support it.
Who does?
Thompson doesn't. That came out a while back. He does not like the death penalty. The prosecution absolutely would have tried to get it if the case had gone to trial, he said. This certainly was a case where the death penalty was appropriate, Thompson said. If we ended up going through trial into penalty phase, I think under law, it met the elements. With the Koberger case now finished, Thompson plans to reassess his remaining time in office. He already considered retiring last year, but felt compelled to see the prosecution of Koberger through, including trial, and ran for a 9th term to continue his tenure in the role since 1992. I simply couldn't walk away. I couldn't leave office, he said. This case, it was too important. The stakes were too high, so I ran for re-election and nobody ran against me. I can't imagine why. Neither can I. Thompson said he now may consider retiring before his current term ends at the start of 29. Whenever he recalls it as a career, he said he would leave with a great deal of satisfaction, knowing that we've been able to bring this case to a conclusion. He called it a trying experience, overseeing the high-profile case over more than 2.5 years. I think we did our job, and we had the opportunity to do in a way to really give some immediate finality, which wouldn't have happened if we had to go through trial. See, look, right there, I think he knows they would not have won this. Listen to that statement, folks. I think that we did our job, and we had the opportunity to do it in a way to really give some immediate finality, which would not have happened if we had to go through trial. That tells me he doesn't think he would have won. Am I reading that wrong?
No, I so convinced, and I always was, that I don't care who the jury was. You were going to not convict us. You were going to hung jury. You would have got an acquittal. You would have had an issue here to which the state could not overcome.
Right. He knows that. That's what that statement meant.
I kept saying, my gun at the scene of a crime with my fingerprints on it, with my license could be under it, is not proof I committed the crime.
Right.
It's circumstantial. Until you can establish my presence at the exact time and location of where you found this gun, where there's a dead body. Everything is circumstantial until you can produce a timeline that's provable, right? Or it's so insurmountably coincidental.
Right.
And in this case, none of that applied. None of it. Right?
Absolutely.
The DoorDash driver is exonerating. The police that observed other kids on that property and other vehicles is exculpatory. Okay? How did Brian slip through this net? Even though you guys didn't produce a net, how did he slip through it with all these eyes on that house? All that action going on in that neighborhood that night.
He didn't. Thank you, No Dog Left Behind. I appreciate that.
Unless he walked in from behind. He could have just walked in from behind.
I don't know.
I mean, I'd like to sit down and talk to this fucking guy.
I would too, truly. I just truly, like, what if you did this? Tell us how you did it. I want to know.
No, I would swear to secrecy. I wouldn't, just for my own personal satisfaction. And you had Twiz in the chat room. Has he talked to Cy Ray lately?
Is he in here now? Are you here, Twiz?
He was.
I didn't see him till I don't know.
The leaker, I think, was Bill Thompson himself. When you go back to the paragraph about the sharpener, the stories that were leaked and the kind of way they were told sounds an awful lot like the sharpener story, where it says nothing but sounds important.
No, I got you. Welcome, Unc. Good to see you, Unc. Yeah, I see what you're saying. And Core, welcome to you as well. Am I the only one that finds it odd how at every turn the prosecution continues to mention they can't place BK at the home or tie him to the victims? No, it's not odd at all. That's exactly what my biggest issue is, Core. So I get what you're saying.
And everything that you heard in the press, all the propaganda that we were dealt was an attempt to actually make that connection with information that didn't provide any evidence of it.
Absolute false information, and it was not real, doesn't exist, and never did.
Steve Gonzalez, these transfer DNA people don't realize how much DNA is actually at that scene. All of it belonged to everybody but Brian.
Right. That's it. And just wait, you'll see. You have no idea how much evidence they have. Drunk Turkey, Daniel saying that. How much evidence they have against him? Where's it at now? Because it doesn't exist, as I said then. But okay, you can believe what you want in your little world.
Right. As I argued, the PCA was their entire case, which in fact is the truth.
Yeah, well, as minimal as it is, yes, that is what it is. Thompson said he may now consider retire. Oh, I already read that. Sorry. I think we did our job. I read that to continue to live through this. We're pleased and relieved that the community and the victims' families aren't going to have to continue to live through this and relive this during a trial. That's not what you cared about, but okay.
No. It's kind of interesting that the appeal that everybody's hoping to see is that the story of the prosecution is a story that supports the argument that Brian is innocent. Fair enough?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Everything that he keeps saying, like they keep pointing out that they couldn't place him at the scene. There's no connection to the victims. There's no connection to the house.
Right.
Why wasn't that told to the grand jury?
It should have been.
Right.
Definitely should have been, because that wouldn't have indicted him then. So
Right.
They wouldn't have been able to indict him with that information, and that's why 6 of the jurors said, not comfortable with you gave us. Can you give us more? And they said no.
Yeah, it's not. You're right. It's weird. There's only I don't know, man. It's just hard. I can't accept innocence or guilt. I can come down stronger on on the fact that based on everything we keep looking at, it's still the same case that there's no evidence against this kid.
Right. And there's more of these reports that I'm gonna have to read tomorrow. Like I said, today's all been screwed up because I didn't get to come live till late. But yeah, I'll be reading the end of those tomorrow. There's just a few left. And everything I've read thus far still points completely away from him being involved in the crime. I don't understand this.
Except his own statements. Right. Well, you in a way do understand it because we had said there was a trillion ways he could have done it. And the only way he couldn't have done it are the accusations laid against him.
The way that they put the case together, right.
The like the timeline can't be true. Doesn't mean he didn't commit the crime. We used to say that all the time. We don't know that he's innocent or guilty. But it doesn't mean that there isn't another way he couldn't have done. He could have done this in a way completely inconsistent with what he's accused.
Yeah.
Right? And,
yep.
And now he came forward and said he did it. But that may in fact mean that he did not do it according to their particular scenario, but he did it. Or it could mean whatever the fuck else it could.
Yeah, I'll fight with that forever with myself.
Yeah, that's why I'll probably vanish again for a while.
Let's see.
I'd like to see him appeal this. I really hope he does. And I'd like to see the grounds he uses to appeal.
Even if he did it, I still think he should appeal it because of the way that he was treated through the whole thing. That's my biggest issue with it. There are more reports I'll be reading in the morning, Chet, but that'll take us to 3:14. We still may get more, and he still hasn't even unsealed any of the stuff that was sealed yet. So when that happens, there should be more. Not to say that it won't be redacted to hell, but it's still, we'll get a little bit more there, maybe.
Yeah, Meany says it was a trial by media. It was a trial by a context. They framed a context around an individual and jammed it down everybody's throat.
Yep. And can you imagine, folks, that this was never put in the media ever and nobody really knew about it? It wouldn't be going this direction. I could almost guarantee you.
Or how about if the media took what was in front of them for the face value nothing that they're being told now.
Yeah.
Matches what they were telling the public, and they're not questioning their own narrative.
Right.
That's the sad part here is the media knows what they did for the last 2.5 years, and everything that they're now being told was being told the exact same information twisted to show the kid was guilty. Is right. Now that they're being honest and saying, well, we didn't have a motive, we didn't have evidence, we didn't have proof.
And they're still going to sit and talk, in a negative way about how, well, look, the prosecution achieved this and they did that. They did nothing.
No.
Brian Koberger convicted himself. Okay. The prosecution did nothing, folks. They didn't do anything. There was nothing that they put out, that there was no trial, no nothing.
Yeah. They took an American citizen that had never been arrested of any crime at all, as far as we know. And they said that he went to school to become a mass murderer. And they turned this guy into a deadly fucking nightmare on Elm Street with no evidence. In fact, all the evidence that they collected, they were using to make that statement contradicts that statement. It proved nothing.
That's
because
what
nothing he did was inconsistent with anyone else in that class.
Exactly. That's what they're doing now. They're doing their victory laps, Eddie, because
they admit there was no stalking.
Right. They admit everything, that the PCA was no good. They were going to throw the sheath out. Everything that they did completely contradicted their entire investigation in their case.
But they made the public see this kid as a guilty, murderous son of a bitch.
And forced him, in my opinion, into convicting himself. That's my opinion, of course.
There's a good argument. I mean, you can make that argument. I don't disagree with that argument at all. Like I said, Hitler, I think, forced the issue by not allowing alternative suspects.
He did.
He demanded that they basically solve a crime that they couldn't solve.
Absolutely.
And he demanded their evidence be of a standard higher than the evidence they were going to use against him.
Right. You can make up a story about some car wandering around and headlights in the trees. That's enough to hold this kid and charge him for 4 homicides. But if he's going to come out and say you got 4 blood samples, 1 belongs to this guy, 1 belongs to that guy, you can't bring that in. We excluded them and they don't drive a white car.
Well, who made Judge fucking Hitler God to suggest that it could only have been a white car that was involved? As a matter of fact, it's more likely the blonde hair kid was involved.
Exactly. And that's exactly why he denied the alternate suspects. In turn, that ended that.
Yeah.
And like I said,
I hope the kid did plead guilty because he didn't do it, and I hope that he appeals it. But the other part of me says strongly, that's a hell of a thing to admit to. If you didn't do it, I just if you did it, it makes sense. Literally, it makes more sense if you did it.
If he did it, yes, but it just I can't see it. And like I said, with what we just said, he was found, in my opinion, guilty by the court of public opinion, and basically was forced into taking a plea to admit to something he didn't do, in my opinion. And that's how I'm seeing this, folks. Now, again, if they do not appeal this for whatever reason, I have no other choice. I just don't. I'm never going to fully believe this. I never will. I'm always going to question how this was, the investigation or lack thereof was done, but I don't have a choice. So that's all there was. Of course, the judge thought he was guilty because of what he's watched on TV. I'm telling you, and he can say he didn't, and I don't care what he says. I'm not biased. I was in the middle of. No, you weren't, because it works on everybody. Okay, except the people that were looking at the things that told us that's not true. It's not right.
When he said that the other people weren't connected to a white car, that was it for Hitler in my mind. Now, I gave him a lot of latitude. I think a lot of his rulings were based on legal precedent. I didn't like a lot of them, but a lot of them I did. But when he went down that road with that bullshit, of course an alternative suspect doesn't require a white car.
And that, to me, that told me he was biased and that he already had his mind made up at that point.
Right.
So,
no, I agree 100%. There was no way not to see his bias at that point.
Right. And that's very sad. I did it. Yeah, that's very sad to me. Very, very sad. Whatever, Sarge. Whatever. I'll get it again. Don't worry about it. Judge Hitler said he had his 15 minutes of fame. In multiple statements that the judge made told me he was biased, especially at the very end when he said, well, what would make you believe you could believe anything that came out of his mouth, and called Brian a liar? Who are you to do that? You're a judge. That's not your right to say that. You're supposed to be there to protect his interests, to ensure that he gets a fair trial. No, in my opinion, he was part of the problem, part of the whatever it was. Could this be a psyop? A year ago I would have told you no, and at this point, Aquarian, I don't. Anything's possible anymore. It truly is. No idea. But I'm highly disgusted with him. I'm highly disgusted with the prosecution. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Never. He never wanted the case because I truly believed that he, as well as probably 60% of the public, was watching everything going on, and it made him believe it, folks. And he should have never sat this case. Never. Should have never been there. My favorite was when Hitler added to the narrative because it made more sense to him if it happened. Yeah. That's a judge is not supposed to make that statement ever. Well, in my opinion, Hitler acted as another prosecutor. That's how I saw him. He definitely wasn't a judge, and he sure as fuck wasn't there for the defense. Absolutely unbelievably sad. And he should be ashamed of himself. And I hope he retires, and I hope he doesn't sit on any other cases ever again, because God forbid, it makes me question other cases that he sat for. It's just saddening to me. Agreed, Witchy. I agree with you. I think that's going to do it tonight, guys. We're at 4 hours. And I will be here tomorrow in the morning like I always am. And we're going to go over the rest of those reports. I'm sorry I didn't cover them today. And whatever else we add to that for tomorrow, because I don't know if we'll be here that. It won't take that long because I'm at like 290 or something now. So we're almost done with them. Right. Exactly, Rhonda. Not one single video identified his car except one, the traffic stop. I agree. Brian convicted himself by pleading guilty. The state could not have convicted him 100%. That is absolutely true. And that's how I see this. Brian was convicted by himself, folks, not by the prosecution and by the court of public opinion, of course. Okay. And I hope they're happy with what they've done. Truly, all the people that helped to convict him based on their guilting and the propaganda, I hope they're pleased with what they've done, in my opinion, because I still don't believe he did it, sending an innocent man, a young man, to prison for the rest of his life. All right. Phil just gifted 5 new memberships. That's amazing, Phil. Thank you so much. It looks like Witchy picked one up. Aquarian, Sweet and Salty, Raquel Owell, and Mama 10. That's awesome, Phil. Thank you so much. God bless. I appreciate your generosity so very much. And then right after that, Aquarian dropped a super chat. Thank you so much. And I appreciate that, Aquarian. So thanks for all your hard work on this case, Dago. No thanks needed. It's what I'm here for. And it's I was going to do it regardless. So thank you so much for your generosity, Aquarian. I God bless. I appreciate that so much. It all helps so very much. Yvonne, you got to go down in that little square that says with the $sign on it and make sure you can receive gifts, and you should get one. This made my night. Thank you. Thank you, Pam. I appreciate you being here. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you. So, yes, thank you so much to my moderators that Miss Alicia's still here. I appreciate you, Alicia, so much, hon. I do. Again, Superwoman. This lady deals with a house full of kids all day long, and she's still here, and it's 12:30 at night. God bless. She's amazing. And yes, thank you. Welcome to the sauce, the new 5 new meatballs we got. And again, Phil, thank you so very much. You guys are amazing. That's going to do it for tonight, folks. Like I said, I'm sorry I couldn't get to you till late, but it was a busy day. But I will see you guys in the morning like always. Don't you apologize at all. You did amazing as always. I will see you guys in the morning, and we will finish it up, guys. Thanks so much. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves. You're the beautiful people, folks, and I'll see you all soon. Good night. God bless, and much love to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Coffee stains, buzzing neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting brain. Fingers tap all worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime